Order, order. We'll start with questions. Secretary of State for Justice, Pam Cox.
Question number 1, Mr Speaker.
Secretary.
Listing decisions are rightly a matter for the judiciary, Mr Speaker, but we know that listing practices can vary between courts, creating what many victims see as a postcode lottery. So I'm pleased that the Lady Chief Justice, with the support of this government, will publish a new national listing framework to clarify the listing process, set consistent principles and help deliver swift justice for victims.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Could the Minister tell us how the new listings framework will help to fast-track prosecutions for rape and serious sexual offences, and what other measures he's introducing or supporting to that end, so that we can honour our manifesto commitments to bring perpetrators to swift justice?
Well, I'm very grateful to my honourable friend. She will have heard that we are also piloting new digital and AI-enabled tools to support listing, helping the judiciary to make better use of data. But I hope she will have seen in the reforms in the courts and tribunals bills that we are also, of course, introducing independent legal advisers, expanding the principles of Operation Satira into the courtroom, making sure victims have both the protection and the support that they deserve throughout the justice system. And the bill introduces crucial reforms to ensure that rape victims are no longer unfairly undermined by evidence that relies on myths and misconceptions at court.
Jim Shaw.
Speaker, can I thank the Minister very much for that answer? Very positive. Always, when I think of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, I'm always keen that we share our improvements we can do, whether it be in Northern Ireland for here or England for Northern Ireland. Can I ask the Minister, the very things that the Honourable Lady has asked for and he has replied to, can I ask that the same thoughts would be put to the relevant Minister, the Police and Justice Minister in Northern Ireland, so that we can improve our system the very same as the Minister's intended to do here? Thank you.
But of course, these issues are devolved in Northern Ireland, but we are in touch and communicate best practice as he would expect.
Sean Debate.
Question number 2, please, Mr Speaker.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Our Violence Against Women and Girls strategy, which the Government published before Christmas, sets out exactly how we will achieve our mission to halve these terrible crimes. The Ministry of Justice is also investing over £500 million in victim support services over the next 3 years, alongside rolling out free independent legal advisers for all adult victims of rape.
Gentleman up.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I welcome the new legal adviser service as a first step towards levelling the horribly unequal access to legal services available to victims compared to suspects. However, only £3 million has been provided per year for the next 2 years to fund this service, when we have record highs of more than 12,500 sexual offence cases awaiting trial in Crown Courts, including Oxfordshire's Crown Court, serving my Whitley constituency. Does the Minister believe this funding is anywhere near enough?
I thank the honourable member for his question. This is £6 million set aside over 2 years. This shows that we can introduce our independent legal advisers for all adult rape victims. This is alongside a support package that we are introducing in our court system. We're expanding on Operation Satira to ensure that rape victims get the support that they need, alongside that investment in support services. This is only one part of a much bigger package to ensure that victims are put back at the heart of the justice system.
Chair of the Select Committee, Andy Slaughter.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I know members on all sides support the government's aim to halve violence against women and girls. The metric on which it's based, i.e. the crime survey for England, deals with those 16 and over. But girls under 16 are also substantially at risk. How are they going to be included in the recording and monitoring process to ensure that their needs are also addressed?
No, I welcome the scrutiny from my friend, the Chair of the Select Committee, on this. We have been absolutely resolutely clear that the Violence Against Women and Girls strategy covers everyone, including children and those under the age of 16, and including young men and boys as well. We will be ensuring that this data captures a broad spectrum so that we are able to account for this. I recently met with stakeholders who are concerned around the rise in domestic crimes committed to children and our pre-teens as well, in terms of those relationships that they are getting into and how we can best support them. It is something I am working with colleagues across government to ensure that we capture this correctly so that they are not excluded from the data.
Sir Roger again.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Violence against women and girls comes in many forms. Incredibly, I've discovered that while current legislation provides some protection for women and girls against revenge porn, it offers no such protection where images are clothed but accompanied by offensive material. Could the Minister take a long, hard look at this to see how the law can be strengthened so that those protections are afforded?
Again, I welcome this question from the Right Honourable Gentleman. Just last week, I was in the US talking about how the UK is a world leader in tackling non-consensual intimate image abuse online and the proliferation of this abuse that is on social media platforms. We've introduced tackling this where individuals are clothed, but where there is offensive material on top of those images, for example, semen imagery, which is a vile, degrading crime, which many individuals are suffering from. We are determined to tackle this degrading form of abuse wherever it is, including in individuals who are clothed. If they are being degraded, if it is non-consensual, this government will come for them.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given the recent high-profile case involving the hotel chain Travelodge, which I know the Minister has been involved in, does the Minister agree that tackling violence against women and girls must include clearer legal duties on companies to cooperate fully with the safeguarding expectations of customers?
Can I thank my honourable friend and my honourable friend, the member for Dagenham, for all of their work in terms of pushing this forward, in terms of shining a light on this horrific issue. I was proud to meet with the Chief Executive of Travelodge yesterday to discuss this in detail. The government is looking to see what more we can do. We are convening a roundtable with the relevant ministers in the Department for Business and Trade, the Department for Culture, Media and Sport, to look at the tourism aspect of this, to look at what better regulation and support we can put in place to keep individuals safe wherever they are, in hotels, the street, online. We will ensure that women and girls are kept safe.
Dr. Kieran Mullen, Shadow Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, right now there are potentially thousands of rapists, paedophiles and perverts responsible for some of the worst offences against women and girls that this government is going to let out of prison earlier. That's a disgrace, and at the very least they should be transparent about that. I asked the government to tell us what their estimates and modelling were in relation to how many people are due to be let out. At first they denied they had any of that information, then they admitted that they did, but they refused to publish it. Doesn't the Minister think that they should be transparent about the consequences of their own policies?
Mr. Speaker, I will take no lectures from the member opposite about transparency when it comes to early release schemes. It was this government that had to pick up the mess of the previous government when we came into office because our prisons were full. And instead of dealing with the issue, they ran away and called a general election. It was this government that put in place risk assessments to prevent violent perpetrators of crimes against women and girls from being released early. In our early release scheme, the Conservatives' early release scheme had no such protections or measures. So I will take no lectures from the member opposite about how we protect women and girls.
Kieran Mullen.
I wish that the Minister got as angry about the fact that her government is releasing thousands of rapists, paedophiles and perverts from prison earlier. Mr. Speaker, if they won't tell us the reality of the consequences, surely they at least should tell the victims. One of the worst things about this policy is very many of those victims would have been given an estimated date at which the perpetrator will be released from prison. That date will now be brought forward. They will get out of prison earlier than the victim was led to believe they would. Does the Minister think, at the very least, the government should write to those victims in advance and let them know that they are letting the perpetrators of their horrendous crimes out of prison earlier?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I will tell you what makes me angry. It is having a previous government that presided over an increase in violence against women and girls crimes by 37% in just 5 years. That is not a government that tackled violence against women and girls. This is not a government that took it seriously. On communication and notification, it is this government that is bringing into place the victim contact scheme in our Victims in Courts Bill to ensure that victims are notified, something that the previous government refused to do. They refused to notify. It is this government that is writing to victims to ensure that they are told of information. So I will take no lectures about how the previous government tackled these crimes. It is this government getting on with the job.
Testament.
Number 3, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
This government is focused on removing foreign national offenders so they are no longer a burden on the taxpayer. Strengthening prisoner transfer arrangements is a priority, and we are actively engaging with a number of countries to do so that more offenders can be removed and serve their sentence in their home country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not sure that really answers my question, but I'll just set out the details of what it is I'm speaking of. So, my constituent was murdered by a foreign national, and that robbed her mother of her daughter and her grandsons of their much-loved mother. She's very distressed to discover that he's being repatriated a short while into his sentence, which was over 14 years, at which juncture she will lose what remaining input the family has into his parole arrangements, which was promised to her when this man was sentenced. What can the Secretary of State or the Minister say to reassure my constituents that as victims they will not see him released early in that country where he was born, and what voice victims are going to have in situations like these in future?
Well, the honourable member raises an important point. This government is committed to ensuring that foreign national offenders, where possible, where safe, serve their sentence outside of this country. To do so, we have to engage in bilateral negotiations with countries to achieve proper and rigorous prisoner transfer arrangements. That's why I've had discussions with colleagues in Ghana, Nigeria, Albania, Poland, just in the last few weeks, and indeed last month we signed a new arrangement with Italy. We are working at pace to ensure that those agreements are as rigorous as possible. In terms of the individual case that she mentions, I'm very happy to meet with her and indeed her constituents if they would want to do that, to discuss the details.
Shadow Minister Benamessage.
Mr. Speaker, I want to look at the flip side of this issue. Specifically, what happens to those detained overseas who return to the UK? What happens to them? The government is preparing to resume deportations of Syrian foreign national offenders, whilst the SDF have called on countries to repatriate their own citizens. In recent months, several ISIS-linked individuals have been returned to this country from the Al-Roj camp. Can the Minister confirm whether these ISIS-linked individuals, upon return to the UK, will return to custody, given their direct links to a prescribed terrorist organisation, or are those individuals now free in the UK, having faced no consequences for their terrorist affiliations?
When foreign national offenders are deported from this country, if they are able to return, then they should be detained and dealt with appropriately by law enforcement agencies, and I would expect that to happen in every single case.
Liz Jarvis.
Question number 4, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
The Courts and Tribunals Bill, Mr. Speaker, puts victims at its heart and aims to deliver faster, fairer justice for all victims. In addition, we're increasing transparency and support for victims in the criminal justice system, funding victim support to the tune of over £500 million, consulting on a new victims code and enhancing special measures.
Ms. Jarvis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituent was appalled that during sentencing of a man found guilty of attempting to engage in sexual communication with a child, character references were read out. The Minister will be aware that Queensland in Australia introduced reforms last year to restrict the use of character references in sentencing of sex offenders. Does the Minister agree with me that all victims should be at the heart of sentencing? And will she review the admissibility and weight of character references in sexual offence cases?
I thank her for raising an important point. The starting point is that judges decide what evidence is admissible and what weight to give to that. But we are interested in how evidence is being used in criminal trials. The Courts and Tribunals Bill will make changes, for example, to defendant bad character evidence, and this will clarify that if the defendant has a previous domestic abuse conviction, the judge can say that this shows they have a propensity to commit further domestic abuse offences. But I'm happy to work with her on what further changes might be beneficial.
Stephen.
5, please, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
The honourable member will no doubt be aware that this important matter falls under the remit of the Home Secretary, with whom I am in full agreement with. The right to peaceful protest is a vital part of our democracy. However, peaceful protest does not extend to unlawful behaviour. Should a protest contravene the law, the police have the powers to respond, and such behaviour will be met with appropriate consequences.
Steve Witherden.
Mr. Speaker, proposals to restrict the right to protest based on cumulative disruption are causing great concern. It's absurd that a march by an anti-racist group one week could be blocked because an anti-abortion march occurred the week before, and that this power could be extended across large parts of a city. Such a significant change demands proper scrutiny. This House must have adequate time to debate and vote on this. Can my right honourable friend guarantee this?
Well, as my honourable friend knows, this is a matter for the Home Secretary, and if he seeks for parliamentary time, then business questions are on a Thursday morning.
Bob Blackman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Clearly, the Home Secretary has the power to ban marches, but no power to deal with static protests. We had the annual Al-Quds hate demonstration this weekend, at which individuals were chanting anti-Semitic slogans on a regular basis, but the police could take no action. So will he have discussions with the Home Secretary on what can be done to police and actually ban static demonstrations, which clearly are going to lead to contrary to law? Because the big problem now is in London, police are being sucked into the centre of the city and taken away from the boroughs where they should be doing their police work.
The honourable member raises this important point, as I know he has repeatedly in the past. I will raise this issue with the Home Office, and I put on record the incidents of anti-Semitism that we saw over the weekend are wholly disgraceful, and this government will do everything it can to stamp it out.
Kim John.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government's relentless clampdown on the right to protest has been disgraceful. However, the High Court's ruling that the prescription of Palestine action was unlawful is a victory for civil liberties, who are now challenging policies that suppress and criminalise peaceful protesters. Does the Minister agree with me that our so-called justice system is being weaponised to intimidate and shut down legitimate protests, and that this government's assault on our fundamental right to protest has failed?
No, I don't agree with my right honourable friend on that point. The Home Secretary has been very clear that that judgment will be appealed in the court. We have been absolutely clear as a government that the right to peaceful protest is a vital part of our democracy, but those rights are balanced. And it's absolutely crucial that where peaceful protest contravenes the law, then the law stands firm.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. People should have the right to protest, but this needs to be coupled with responsibilities. It's outrageous, as my honourable friend mentioned earlier, that fringe groups feel emboldened to protest in support of terrorist ideology contrary to basic British values. What steps is the department taking to ensure these people are under no illusion that if you openly support fundamentalist Islamists' ideology, you will end up being prosecuted, and if you have no right to be here, deported?
Well, as I've said, Mr. Speaker, this is a matter for the Home Secretary, and she has been abundantly clear that although there is a right to protest in this country, which is an important right that should be protected, where those incidents which the honourable member has identified occur, then those individuals should face the full force of the law.
Just Secretary.
With permission, Mr. Speaker, I will answer questions 6, 10, 11 and 13 together. The party opposite left our criminal justice system on the brink of collapse. We're taking action to clean up the mess they left behind. Our detailed impact assessment published alongside the courts and tribunals will show that our package of measures will save around 27,000 sitting days per year, almost 20% saving, only through reform. Together with record investment and action to modernise our courts, can we finally turn the tide on the backlog and deliver swifter justice for victims?
John May.
Mr. Speaker, the Justice Secretary has just told us that the reason why he's cutting jury trials is to get the backlog down. If that is the case, why is there not a sunset clause so once the backlog is reduced, these jury trials can resume?
Exactly. Very good.
Well, if the honourable gentleman had listened at the second reading debate, he would have heard me say that demand in the system is up. Police are arresting 10% up. And for all of those reasons, alongside the backlog that we inherited from the government opposite, it is important that we put in place reform that is sustainable for the long term. That's why there isn't a sunset clause.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Around 6,200 cases are awaiting justice in the South West. Sexual offences cases take around 320 days. But local victims and defendants deserve justice. The excellent example of Liverpool Crown Court highlights how it is possible to tackle case backlog and secure justice without impacting defendants' right to a jury trial. Given that tackling the backlog using efficiency, not removing the right to a jury trial, has the backing of the public and opposition and indeed Labour MPs, when will the Secretary of State back down from his entirely un-British decision to minimise the use of jury trials?
It wasn't un-British when the Callaghan government made reforms in the end of the 70s. It wasn't un-British when Margaret Thatcher made changes in 1989. And it is precisely because we are lifting the system that was on its knees under the last government that this is absolutely the opposite of un-British, supporting victims and especially women who find themselves in the criminal justice system.
Dr Neil Shasterhouse.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The government's case for curtailing trial by jury is based upon an impact assessment that rests upon assumptions rather than hard evidence. Isn't it the truth that the government is asking Parliament to give up and weaken a fundamental safeguard on the basis of hearsay alone?
Sir Brian Leveson spent months delivering part 1 and part 2 of his reforms. We are building on that. I have set out that this is a 20% saving. If the Honourable Gentleman was Health Secretary, I'm not sure he ever will be, but if he were, and he were told that a 20% saving could get the waiting list down, he would take it in an instant. Yep. So am I.
Lincoln John.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think what the Health Secretary is actually doing is paying people to fudge the waiting list at the moment. So I just want to be very clear, because it's slightly mixed messages from the Secretary of State, Deputy Prime Minister. Are there any circumstances in which he would consider the reintroduction of jury trials for those cases which are going to have them removed?
I know that the Honourable Gentleman has studied this closely, but it is to say that we have two problems that we have to fix. One, that demand is going up. I've said that the police are arresting more, but he will know, because of the use of smartphones, social media, DNA evidence, forensics, for all of those reasons, trials are taking longer. That is what we are seeking to fix in the Courts and Tribunals Bill. And that is why we have to put the system on a sustainable footing for the next generation. That is what the Courts and Tribunals Bill will deliver.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since coming into this role, I have heard from more victims than I ever thought I would in a lifetime. They tell me about their stories and I believe them, and listen, what I don't ask them to do is report, because nobody wants to put anybody in a system that is so unsustainable and re-traumatise them in that way. Does the Secretary of State agree that the changes that are being presented and driven through by our government will mean that a victim is more able to report, more likely to feel like they can get an outcome in a reasonable amount of time, and less likely to feel like they're the ones on trial?
Well, I'm hugely grateful to my honourable friend's advocacy on behalf of victims continually in the chamber, and she is absolutely right. If we do nothing, we head to 200,000 in the backlog, many, many victims sitting behind that backlog. And if we do, as honourable members are suggesting opposite, we head to a backlog of 133,000. That is why we have to do these reforms, and it's why I'm very pleased also to put forward a bill that also does more, particularly for victims of sexual crime and rape.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Under the previous Conservative government, criminal justice funding was cut by 23%. We lost 42% of our magistrates. They closed half of our magistrates' courts, and the number of sitting days in our Crown courts went down. That is the record of the Conservative government. The only thing that went up was the number of victims waiting for justice. So does my right honourable friend agree with me that the crocodile tears from the party opposite today just shows why the public should never put the trust in the arsonists to put out the fire?
100%. I'm very grateful to my honourable friend, and it's why the Shadow Justice Secretary, when he stands up, should apologise, because he was sat in the Home Office while this was happening.
Talk of which, Shadow Justice Secretary Nick Timothy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Sorry. Look, that bench was disorderly yesterday. I don't want this bench disorderly today. Give the courtesy to hear what the question is, please. We've got a situation where I'm inundated with constituents who are complaining about the behaviour of MPs in this chamber. I expect ministers to set the best example, not the worst. Nick Timothy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister, we learned this weekend, once said trials without juries mean evidence is not properly tested and can lead to wrongful convictions. Was he wrong?
If that's the best he can do, Mr. Speaker, of course he wasn't wrong. That is why jury trials will remain the cornerstone of our system. What a waste of a question.
Victim.
Mr. Speaker, I think the public will be very disappointed by this behaviour. The Justice Secretary cannot get his story straight. Like the Prime Minister, he once said criminal trials without juries are a bad idea. Now he says they're a good idea, and his justification for this change is changing by the minute. Last week, 10 Labour MPs voted against the Courts bill and 90 abstained. They're looking for a compromise, not in the House of Lords, but while this bill is in this House. The Justice Secretary just refused to agree a sunset clause in answer to my honourable friend. So for the sake of the 100 Labour MPs who do not trust him or his intentions, I will ask again, will he consider a sunset clause, or will he tell his own MPs no?
I've got to say to the honourable gentleman, he hasn't apologised for the state that they left the criminal justice system in, closing 40% of court buildings in England, 40%, and also a reduction in...
Oh, sorry. Please, I'm not saying it to one side without the others chipping in. There's been quite enough, please. The public don't like it, and I don't want to tolerate it.
And also a reduction in funding of 23%. He knows 90% of cases, criminal justice cases, are dealt with by the Magistrates' Court. 10% go to the Crown Court. 7% of those people plead guilty. That leaves 3%. Our bill is to deal with a small proportion of that in a new division so we can do that swiftly. I've explained for the reasons before about demand in the system, about the length of trial, why it is my judgment that these have to be sustained changes as were made by the Thatcher government at the end of the 80s and the Labour government at the end of the 70s. That is what I proposed. It will now go to committee and report stage and get the debate and the discussion in the usual way.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Number 7, please.
Minister.
This government is dedicated to increasing transparency in our courts. We're expanding free Crown Court sentencing transcripts to all victims who request them. We're also rolling out recording to all magistrates' courts so that all criminal cases heard in open court will now be recorded, as well as working with our judiciary to see where we can go even further in terms of transparency.
Mr. Speaker, the Courts and Tribunals Bill does indeed seek to increase transparency of court proceedings in several important respects, but conducting empirical research into how real juries make decisions will remain illegal in England and Wales. Researchers have had to rely on mock juries, which has shown a link between the attitudes of jurors and verdict decisions, in particular in rape trials. Does my honourable and learned friend agree with me that we must break down barriers to jury research so that we can develop appropriate reforms to address this problem?
Well, I thank my friend for his question. Of course, there are good reasons for protection of jury deliberations, making sure that they can happen in private. But we know that in Scotland, the government there has recently legislated for a tightly controlled exception to support research into jury deliberations. And I know that my officials are working with the Scottish Office to see what lessons we can learn from that vital work.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In February, the government ordered Courts Desk to delete the largest archive of court records in the country, an essential tool of transparency in the justice system. They changed their minds about that, which was incredibly welcome. But we don't yet have a clear sense of what the government intends to do with that archive or how it intends to move forward. Could the Minister please assure us today that Courts Desk will not be compelled to delete their archive in the future, and confirm whether Courts Desk will be allowed to continue operating their services moving forward?
So I'd like to start by reminding the House for the reason why we suspended the operations of Courts Desk, because of their handling of sensitive data and breach of the agreement that they had with government. But of course, we recognise the importance of transparency and of the service that they provide. I recently met with Court's desk. She will know that as I've updated the House that we are intending to bring forward new licensing arrangements to make the court listing and registers available to more people, for journalists in particular, and we will be bringing forward plans as to how Court's desk and others can bid for those new licences.
Neil Wilson.
Question number 8, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Victims Code sets out exactly the rights that victims can expect to receive. We have now launched a consultation on a new Victims Code to ensure that it is fit for purpose for 2026 and that we get the foundations right for victims. We're also raising awareness of the Victims Code through an Understand Your Rights campaign. I want everyone to be aware of their rights.
Neil Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister will recall that last month I raised with her the case of Roxana Lecker, who was convicted of child cruelty at a nursery in Twickenham. Her victim's parents were only given 6 days' notice that she was being deported just a few months into her 8-year sentence. So whilst the Victims Code currently says all reasonable steps should be taken to inform victims of an offender's immigration status and likelihood of deportation, it doesn't say when. So does the Minister agree with me that in updating the Victims Code, it should say that information about an offender's immigration and likely deportation status should be shared as early as possible in the process?
Yeah, I want all victims to have as much information as possible in a timely and appropriate fashion. This is exactly the type of information we need to include in a new Victims Code. It's why we're consulting. I'd be happy to meet with her and her constituents actually to hear of their experiences and how we can best shape this new code. All victims are entitled to information about their offender. We're expanding the victim contact scheme for just to include that so that they know their rights. But yeah, as I said, I'd be happy to work with her and any other honourable member to ensure that victims know their rights and that they're up to date.
Jess Brentford, the Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The family courts urgently need reforming so victims, especially those of domestic violence, are not experiencing a system that is being used by perpetrators to continue to control and abuse. The Domestic Abuse Commissioner reported that 73% of hearings in the family courts involved evidence of domestic abuse, but it's frequently not recognised in determinations. In the Courts and Tribunals Bill, the Government has included a clause to remove the presumption of parental responsibility. So will the Secretary of State take the opportunity to increase the scope of the bill by including the family courts as a whole in the bill and restore some faith for victims in our family court system?
I welcome this question from the Liberal Democrat spokesperson. She will know my commitment to ensuring that the family court is safe for all involved, including children and domestic abuse victims. It's why we are repealing the presumption of parental involvement in contact in these cases in the Courts and Tribunals Bill. Just today, the Deputy Prime Minister has announced a national rollout of our child focus model, formerly known as Pathfinder, over the next 3 years. We are doing all we can to ensure that our family courts are safe and effective for all involved.
Question
number 9, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
It is the prosecution and the defence who decide what evidence to put forward in a criminal trial, including deciding whether to put forward evidence for motivated enforcement technology. Once that evidence is put forward, the magistrates and the judge have a duty to ensure that only admissible evidence is presented to a jury.
Yeah, the government is to be commended for the largest ever investment in police technology, including facial recognition to catch serious offenders and a drone squad to crack down on waste crime. However, the rules around admissibility of some high-tech evidence, such as the 6-month crime rule, are holding back enforcement, which could enable us to stamp out low-level crime and antisocial behaviour. Can the Minister commit to reviewing these rules to ensure that the latest technology can be used to protect our communities?
Well, I thank him for that question. We will keep the rules relating to the admissibility of evidence under review. When considering whether evidence is admissible, the magistrates and judge will consider the relevance, competence, materiality and probative value of the evidence put forward. And as I said, we'll keep those rules under review.
Sir Edward Lee, Father of the House.
The Minister would have heard the very moving speech last week, as I did, the member for Warrington North, where she really moved the House with her testimony of the terrible experience she'd had as a rape victim and the delays. And she would also have heard her say that actually abolishing jury trials will only perhaps save a week, according to the Institute of Government. So my positive question to the government is this: why don't we proceed on the basis of the Labour manifesto? You know, it has its merits, and it actually promised specialist rape trials. So why don't we set up courtrooms in every single courthouse with specialist lawyers and really deal with this backlog now?
Well, might I echo
I'm not quite sure the question is relevant to the question that was asked. No, I think it's not. Just ask, well...
Question 12, please, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are putting victims first with that record £550 million investment in victim support services over the next 3 years. Our measures in the Courts and Tribunal Bill aim to deliver faster, fairer justice to improve victim confidence across the whole system. And we're also consulting, as I previously said, on a new victims code so that victims know exactly what they can expect from the justice system.
Just offer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the government's recent efforts to improve victims' experiences in the courtroom, including the expansion of Operation Soteria principles and the introduction of a national independent legal advisor service to provide dedicated legal support throughout the criminal justice process. However, many victims still lack confidence in the prosecution system, and some withdraw from proceedings after experiencing further trauma during the process. What further steps is the government taking to ensure that victims are treated with dignity and respect so they feel supported to see their cases through to conclusion and justice is fully delivered?
I thank my honourable friend for that important question, and hopefully I can also respond to the Father of the House's comments in my remarks, because I too want to pay tribute to my honourable friend, the member for Warrington North, for her brave testimony in the debate last week. It is exactly those experiences that this government is improving by introducing Operation Soteria in our courtrooms, expanding the use of specialist measures, introducing independent legal advisors, consulting on a new victims code. When we came into office, we said we would reform the criminal justice system to put victims back at the heart of it. That is exactly what this government is doing.
Gregory Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I wish you a happy St. Patrick's Day, who is sometimes somewhat disparagingly referred to as a West Brit, which is very unfortunate given where he was born. But can I ask the Minister if she will have discussions with the Justice Department and the Justice Minister in Northern Ireland to ensure that victims there who find that there are delays and prevarications in the court systems that lead to justice being denied as well as being delayed?
I thank the honourable member for his question. May I take the opportunity to wish him a happy St Patrick's Day today. I recently had the pleasure of visiting the island of Ireland. I met with the Irish Justice Minister, but we have regular conversations with our Northern Ireland counterparts as well to discuss how we can improve the system for victims as a whole. Violence against women and girls has no borders. It has no discrimination of how it targets victims, and that is exactly why we need to do all we can to keep victims safe wherever they are.
Please, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This Labour government is committed to halving knife violence. We've introduced reforms to ensure every child caught with a knife receives a mandatory plan to prevent reoffending. There is still much more to do, Mr. Speaker, and we'll be setting out a plan, a cross-government plan, to reform the youth justice system over the coming weeks.
Speaker. In December 2024, 18-year-old Noah Smedley from Ilkeston in my constituency was killed when he was stabbed by a 17-year-old armed with a Rambo knife. For a young man to lose his life this way, murdered by another teenager, was absolutely devastating to our community. There was a very deep public outcry of grief in a tight-knit town with a strong local identity, and Noah's death hit the town profoundly. Could the Minister then please outline for me the work that the government is doing to protect young people, especially teenage boys, from the horrors of knife crime?
Well, my honourable friend raises the case of Noah, which is, and each case is an absolute tragedy, and Noah's is no different. And on behalf of the government, I send our commiserations and thoughts to his family and indeed the whole community which suffer when these events occur. We have, in the past 18 months under this Labour government, seen an 8% reduction in knife crime, which is the start. But very recently, we've invested a further £15 million in the turnaround programme. That's a specialist programme which aims at early intervention, particularly working with young people and teenagers that my honourable friend raises. We've set out a 3-year funding settlement for youth justice services, the first time in a generation that we've offered that stability and certainty. We've taken tens of thousands of dangerous knives off the streets in the first 18 months of this Labour government. We've invested in violence reduction units. We've invested in youth future hubs. We've invested in youth future panels. There's a lot more to do, but this Labour government is getting on with the job of tackling knife crime.
Hello, Dix.
15, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, the government's agreed a landmark £2.78 billion settlement for courts and tribunals over this next period. This includes £2.5 billion in resource funding, the highest level ever provided to Her Majesty's Court Service, and £287 million in capital investment. Sitting days, of course, in the Crown Court will also be uncapped for the next year, enabling courts to sit to maximum capacity.
Anna Dixon.
Thank you. For victims of child sexual exploitation, rape and serious sexual offences, the option of having pre-recorded evidence has been a really positive step forward. However, when I visited Leeds Crown Court recently, I heard that too often the courts find that equipment doesn't work, leading to significant delays and even postponements of hearing, which obviously is terrible for victims. So would the Minister outline what steps that investment that he outlined is going to do to help victims get the justice they deserve and make sure the technology is available in every courtroom?
Well, my honourable friend is absolutely right. Too often there are problems in the use of that technology for both defendants and the court, and sometimes between the prison and the court as well, which is why capital funding increasing by 46%, enabling essential maintenance, but also in state improvements and digital modernisation is essential. And I'm very grateful that she continues to champion the issue.
Tim Farron.
Mr. Speaker, last year, Carlisle Crown Court saw a reduction of 71 sitting days. You add that to the fact that, for example, in our neck of the woods in Westmoreland, we lost our magistrate court in Kendal 10 years ago. Doesn't that remind us that the picture that we're actually looking at when it comes to backlogs is not because Britain has juries, but because we lack capacity in our judicial system? Will he restore those number of sitting days to Carlisle and extend them, and to Lancaster also? And will he also look at restoration of magistrate courts to places like Westmoreland?
Well, as I said, they are uncapped now, so he will be pleased that for Carlisle there will be the maximum number of sitting days that they can possibly sit. He will note that there were substantial magistrates' courts closed under the last government and a massive reduction in our magistrates, and he will have noted the extra funding that we have found and our ambition to increase the number of magistrates across the country.
First.
Number 16, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Before answering this question, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to extend my condolences to the family and friends of Jeff Blair, a county court bailiff who was killed last week, doing his job. Yeah. This was a shocking incident, and violence against our hard-working staff is completely unacceptable. Turning to the question, the Government supports the work of the Enforcement Conduct Board's work to raise standards in the enforcement industry and to ensure, in particular, that vulnerable people are treated fairly. We've consulted on establishing an independent regulatory framework to build on the ECB's excellent work, and we will be announcing next steps in due course.
I welcome the Government's commitment to legislate for a statutory bailiff regulator. Research by Step Change and others have uncovered shocking cases that show why this is urgently needed, including a bailiff pushing someone through their front door and then laughing when they said they had mental health issues. Will the Minister tell the House when we can expect this legislation to reach the statute books?
Well, I thank her for that, and also would like to join her in endorsing the work of Step Change in particular in this campaign. The indignity that she describes, that many suffer by the abusive actions of some, and only some, unregulated bailiffs, I think reinforces why we need legislation in this area. We've consulted on how we will do that, and as I've said, we will announce our next steps in due course.
Williamson.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to very much associate myself with the words that the Minister spoke about the sad loss. And she touched upon an important issue about the vital role that court bailiffs play. And there are many small businesses that are really struggling to recover money at the moment because of a lack of court bailiffs. And I just wondered what actions the government was looking to take in order to increase the number of court bailiffs to help small businesses recover the money they are owed.
Well, I thank him for that because, of course, as much as we want to protect debtors. We've also got to ensure that creditors who are owed money are able to recover those funds, whether they're small businesses or indeed the public purse. It's why we plan to uplift fixed fees for enforcement agents so that we have a sustainable and effective enforcement sector. But better regulation ultimately helps everyone, whether you're a creditor or a debtor.
We now go to Topicals, Melanie Orme.
Topical number 1, please.
Justice Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I want to start by expressing my deepest condolences to the family, friends and colleagues of Jeff Blair, one of our country's court bailiffs, who was tragically killed last week. This was a horrendous incident, and violence against hard-working staff is completely unacceptable. Mr. Speaker, since the last Justice Oral Statesman, this government's introduced the landmark courts and tribunal bills to deliver swift and fair justice for victims, and I announced a £2.78 billion fund for our courts, the largest ever funding settlement, and of course uncapped sitting days. Antisocial behaviour by kids the government strengthened action on ASB through neighbouring policing, dedicated ASB leads and plans to expand visible, accessible community policing with 13,000 additional neighbourhood personnel by the end of the Parliament.
Thank the Secretary for that answer. Grimsby Town Centre is experiencing repeated attacks through antisocial behaviour, particularly by young people, and it's really causing a huge amount of concern for shop workers and shoppers in the town. Now, I welcome the government's additional funding for police officers, but can I ask the Secretary of State what is his department doing to improve the punishments and create an even stronger deterrent against these appalling acts?
Well, I know that my honourable friend has been a great champion of Grimsby over many years and takes these issues very seriously. In my department, of course, our early intervention programme, Turnaround, funded over 15 million ASB referrals, 14% up. I'm happy to look closely at what's happening in Grimsby particularly.
Justice Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I joined the Justice Secretary in sending condolences to the family of Jeff Blair. And I want to pay tribute to my honourable friend, the Shadow Solicitor General, for her successful campaign for the Child Cruelty Register. And I look forward to meeting the Hudgell family this afternoon. The government has published its Islamophobia definition, rebranded as anti-Muslim hostility. We're told the definition is non-statutory, but it is designed to influence official decision-making. So will the Justice Secretary make clear right now that the definition will not be adopted by the police, prosecutors or the judiciary?
They're all independent.
Well, he will recognise that they are independent bodies, but it's not a statutory definition. It is seeking to intervene to ensure that we bear down on the rising Islamic Muslim hate that we're seeing across the country, just as we have had to deal with anti-Semitism and racism more generally.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituents living in private rented accommodation are looking for the government to take action on the cost of living, the cost of rents and on utility bills. The government has legislated to stop above market increases in rent. I understand his department is now consulting on charging fees for tenants to go to these tribunals. Could the Minister give me a little bit more information on this? And what does the government expect this policy to do to really tackle high rents?
The Renters' Rights Act represents the biggest expansion of renters' rights in a generation. But of course, rights aren't worth the paper they're written on unless they're enforceable. And that's why the role of appeals, including to our property tribunal, are so important. In terms of fees, he will know that court fees are a feature right across our system, but we will ensure that any fees do not represent a barrier to access to justice.
Jess Brown for the Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I associate my benches with the Secretary of State's remarks, sending condolences to the family of Jeff Blair. Mr. Speaker, strategic lawsuits against public public participation, otherwise known as SLAPs, have been used by the rich and powerful to silence victims and undermine free press in this country. Anyone engaging in public interest activities can be a target of these SLAPs. Powerful individuals who are exploiting the justice system in this country should not be shielded from scrutiny. So when can we expect legislation from this government to address this?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I entirely agree that the profound financial and psychological impact on SLAPs, the chilling effect that it has on public interest journalism, pose a threat to our democracy. The government commenced the SLAPs provisions in the Economic Crime and Corporate Transparency Act 2023 in June 2025, and we saw the first case which engaged those provisions recently. But whilst this is a positive first step, I am keen in considering all options for how we might take it further, and I look forward to working with members right across the House with how we do that.
Please up.
Honourable Member for Erewash said the consequences of knife crime are always tragic. It devastates communities and too often involves young people. Underinvestment in the criminal justice system and in particular provisions for youth justice has seen a lack of support from previous administrations. So can I ask the Minister what steps he's taking with departments across government to increase prosecutions of knife crime and in particular the use of child criminal exploitation in organised criminality?
My honourable friend raises the important issue of knife crime, as the honourable member for Erewash did earlier, and every incident of knife crime is taken seriously and has a devastating effect for the victim, their families and the community. As I said before, knife crime is down 8% under this Labour government. That's a good start, but we have just announced record investment in early intervention services, whether it's the turnaround programme, whether it's youth justice services more generally, and in the coming weeks we'll be publishing a cross-government strategy to tackle knife crime, which works with colleagues at the Department for Education, Home Office and indeed the Ministry of Justice as well. That's the best way of ensuring we tackle the causes of knife crime.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Justice Secretary will no doubt be aware of the tragic case of Zara Sharif from my constituency of Woking. Her father, who later went on to murder her, was given custody of Zara by the family court following her Polish mother not being able to give evidence because she didn't have an interpreter and couldn't follow proceedings. Please will the Justice Secretary agree to implement the Zara Sharif safeguarding report in full and ensure that everyone can fully take part in the family court proceedings and protect the vulnerable going forward?
Well, I thank the member for his question and for the advocacy that he has tirelessly brought forward, which would be the way of honouring Sarah's brutal murder at the hands of the very people who should have been protecting her. Of course, it's essential for justice that all court users understand what is happening in hearings. We believe that Sarah Sharif's birth mother was entitled to an interpreter, but she did not request one. But we need to look into what should have been done to guarantee that she did have an interpreter. We make over 200,000 interpreter bookings every year to ensure people can understand proceedings, but I look forward to working with him to see what more we can do to implement that review.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've got a number of constituents who have had serious delays through His Majesty's Courts and Tribunal Service for their immigration appeals. And one particularly tragic case is someone who's got no recourse to public funds, serious mental health problems, and applied in September 24 and now has just got a date for July 26. But this is typical rather than atypical. What is the Minister doing to ensure that we speed up the Immigration Tribunal Service?
Well, I thank her for her question. We are maximising the number of judicial sitting days in the Immigration and Asylum Chamber. We are recruiting more judges in this area, as well as working with the Home Office to develop proposals for a new independent appeals body to handle appeal types currently heard in the Immigration Tribunal, all of which I hope will benefit her constituents.
Alison Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My Mid-Sussex constituent has waited 4 months for a transcript that will prove the financial terms agreed with her ex-husband in family court, which he now disputes. Without it, she faces the expense of a barrister to go back to court in April. She is facing financial hardship as a result. What steps is the Minister taking to address severe delays in accessing family court transcripts?
Well, I'm sorry to hear about that particular case. Those sorts of delays mount trauma on trauma for many of those going through sensitive family court proceedings. Look, we've got to get this right. Because of the sensitive nature of family proceedings, there has to be judge approval, and it has to meet the rigorous requirements of the secure transcript unit. We can't compromise on accuracy and quality, but we do need to get those delays down.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Prison officers are beyond frustrated. They want the government to sit down with their union, the POA, to negotiate a fair and realistic pension age. Now, we were told in this chamber over a year ago that ministers were waiting for advice from civil servants. So, what does this advice recommend? And does it recognise that for prison officers, 68 is too late?
Yeah. Well, can I say to my honourable friend that I did sit down with the POA just a few weeks ago to discuss this and other matters. And of course, it's right that I prioritise investment in our prisons as I seek to support prison officers who do an incredible job against the backdrop of a system that was horrendously underfunded for 14 years.
Mr. Speaker, my Hazelgrove constituent Simon came to see me with some concerns that he had following his and his family's journey through the family court and family involvement in arrangement proceedings. He raised a stat that stayed with me from Both Parents Matter, showing that 40% of separated fathers are experiencing suicidal thoughts. What more can the government do to support parents and everybody going through family court proceedings?
Well, I am so sorry to hear of the experience that Simon has endured, and sadly so many others like him, fathers particularly, going through family courts. That is why today the Deputy Prime Minister has announced a national rollout of a child-focused model, formerly known as Pathfinder, for the next 3 years. This provides early risk assessments, specialist domestic abuse support for all involved, a non-adversarial problem-solving process. It reduces stress and anxiety for all of the families, better supporting their mental health. Hopefully this will not come as comfort to Simon, but it will help many other fathers and families going through this process.
Mr. Speaker, only a couple of weeks ago I introduced my 10-minute rule bill on a requirement for the police to declare their membership of some societies or organisations such as the Freemasons. Now, what reassurances can the Secretary of State give this House that with the huge and controversial reduction in jury trials, that judges will not be unduly influenced by their membership of such organisations?
I'm grateful to my honourable friend. This is a sensitive matter. She will recognise that our judiciary are independent, but I continue dialogue with the Lady Chief Justice on these and other matters.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituent, Lucinda Ritchie, is a disabled woman with full mental capacity. Until recently, she was living in her own home in Horsham with NHS support. Against her express wishes, she has been moved into a nursing home an hour away from her family and denied the right to return. I asked the Minister to look into Lucinda's case in particular, but also to work with your counterparts in the Departments for Work and Pensions and Health and Social Care to ensure that people's basic human rights are protected when it comes to medical decision-making.
I'm very grateful to the Honourable Member for raising this important issue. Of course, the practicalities of the case are for colleagues at Health, but he's absolutely right that human rights within a health setting are incredibly important. There are specific tribunals that deal with that issue. I'm very happy if he writes to me to deal with that case in writing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Unlike Category A prisons, prison officers at HMP The Verne and HMP Portland are not routinely issued with protective body armour, namely stab vests. Now, protecting our prison officers from harm is absolutely essential in all prisons, and this view has been made abundantly clear to me by local branches of the Prison Officers Association. So with all this in mind, will the Minister work constructively with me and Lord Timpson to introduce appropriate body armour for all prison officers, regardless of the category of the prison in which they serve?
My honourable friend's absolutely right to raise this issue. It's why the government has invested £50 million in ensuring that our brilliant prison officers who do incredible work are fully protected. I believe I'm meeting my honourable friend tomorrow to talk about another issue in his constituency, and we'll put this one on the agenda as well.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Told us that they were trafficked between England and Scotland. The police were aware of these allegations of abuse but failed to do anything about it. So can the Minister explain how the grooming gangs inquiries on either side of the border will work together to ensure that perpetrators and those responsible for the cover-up are held to account?
What can I say to the honourable gentleman? That there's sexual exploitation and rape of children by grooming gangs is one of the darkest moments in this country's recent history. We accepted all of Baroness Casey's recommendations. We're changing the criminal law to ensure that adults who penetrate children under 16 are charged with rape or equally serious offences for other penetrative sexual activity. I'd want to assure them of that.
Ministers will be aware of the campaign to make all court and tribunal transcripts available for free. Fees can run into the thousands and act as an effective paywall to justice. So does the Minister agree that access to the law cannot be based on wealth alone, and what are they going to do about it?
Well, he is right that we are seeking to increase transparency and reduce barriers to access to justice. It's why we are legislating to make sentencing remarks available to all victims upon request for free. We want to see how we can go further, creating more opportunities for broadcasting court proceedings and working towards greater availability of transcripts of proceedings as well.
Miller. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of my constituents has been waiting since September for a 3-day fact-finding hearing in the family courts. A hearing scheduled for February was cancelled with only a few days' notice because no judge was available. My constituent had to pay nearly £2,000 in legal fees for preparation and representation, even after their barrister reduced their costs. So will the Minister reform the system so that families facing delays caused by the courts are not left bearing the financial cost of failures within the system itself?
The impact of delays, as he rightly points out, is not just a feature of our criminal courts, but our civil and family courts as well. And the individual impact on that, both financially and if you've been waiting, building up to the nerve-wracking prospect of a trial in court, it can be absolutely devastating. We are working to maximise capacity in every jurisdiction, hiring more judges to improve the timeliness, but I will continue to work with colleagues right across the department to deal with the delays in the family court as well.
Mr. Speaker, I refer to my register of interest, having met with the academics behind the UCU's reports into the prison education service, and particularly highlighting the real challenges around the well-being of educators, as well as their mental health and also their safety, and especially the racism they've been experiencing as well. Will my honourable friend look at how he could carry out a complete review of that prison education service to ensure it's fit for purpose and able to do the job it was designed for?
My honourable friend raises a really important point, and myself and Lord Timpson in the other place are looking at this particular issue in the round, as well as ensuring that we, where there are education contracts in prisons, that they are being given full effect, which actually often isn't the case. But my honourable friend raises a good point, and we are working on it, and we'll keep her informed.
Carl Lockhart.
Mr. Speaker, whilst it would be inappropriate to speak of a live case, I'm mindful of the McNally family who are currently, from my constituency, who are currently sitting through a trial of a man accused of murdering their daughter. Truly heartbreaking. There was another murder in County Fermanagh recently. This demonstrates again how unsafe society is for women, particularly with social media and online abuse. Can the Minister outline what efforts she is making with online platforms to do more?
I thank the Honourable Lady for raising this horrific case and for bringing this attention to the House. She is right to draw attention to the impact that social media and online abuse is having on the impact of violence against women and girls. It's why we are working across jurisdiction to try and tackle some of these crimes. We're bringing in the strongest protections against non-consensual intimate imagery, working with the Online Safety Act and our regulator Ofcom to hold social media accounts accountable. The Secretary of State for the Department for Science, Innovation and Technology recently held a roundtable with the platforms to discuss what more we can do to tackle this heinous abuse, but this government has been clear. Where the platforms refuse to act, the government will.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's a lot of debate on the role of juries at the moment, I've noticed. If nothing gets past me, it might be better informed debate if the researchers and jurors could talk about what happens in the jury room. Law Commission recommends decriminalising that. It's currently a criminal offence. So will the government do that in the Courts and Tribunals Bill?
Well, I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for the question. I think he makes a good point, and it is something that I will be reflecting on in the coming days.
Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I first thank ministers for inviting me to a meeting yesterday on unduly lenient sentences? My constituent Tracy Hanson and other campaigners like her continue to raise powerful points on the need for victims to have parity of rights and support with offenders. Would the Minister give the House assurance that the Government intends to achieve that parity during this Parliament?
Well, I thank him for his question and also his attendance yesterday at the meeting. Tracy, his constituents' testimony, as well as other victims there, was truly powerful. As I said at the meeting in private, happy to say again at Dispatch Box, we are working at pace to look at this and look at all the solutions, and we'll be contacting his constituent and indeed him as and when we have our position.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given the massive backlog in immigration tribunals left by the last government, wouldn't it make more sense to lift the cap on non-salary tribunal judges who are already recruited and invest in court venues like Taunton instead of abolishing their role and the massive damage to morale that involves?
Well, plainly, we have to address the backlogs in our immigration and asylum chamber. It's why we're maximising capacity, both in terms of sitting days and in terms of judicial recruitment. I had the pleasure of visiting the IAC in Rosebery Avenue recently and saw the commendable work that's being done by the resident judge there. But we are focusing on a new appeals body, working with the Home Office. We think that's the better plan, and we'll make sure that that's properly resourced as well.
Jim Allister.
Last week, Flora Page KC resigned as a board member of the Legal Services Board. In her letter to the Lord Chancellor, she said she couldn't stand idly by while he halved the number of jury trials and ripped the heart out of our Constitution. She also rebutted the suggestion that backlogs are because of jury trials, saying that was being used as a cover. Faced with such a devastating critique, isn't it time the department thought again?
Well, I'm sorry that she felt she was no longer able to serve. But I would say this. We took very seriously Sir Brian's recommendation that we would need to make more investment, and we are. That we would need to modernise, and we are. And that reform was essential. And that's why we put out the modelling. If we were serious about bringing down the backlog to levels that are acceptable, I think, to the population at large.
Right, that completes questions. We'll let the front bench change over. Right, we now come to the statement. Secretary Wes Streeting.
Thank you. With your permission, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to make a statement on the outbreak of meningococcal disease in Canterbury and East Kent. My thoughts, and I'm sure the thoughts of the entire House, will be with the families and friends of those two young people who've sadly died. I cannot begin to understand what they must be going through. This is an unprecedented outbreak. It is also a rapidly developing situation. With these considerations in mind, Mr. Speaker, it is absolutely paramount that we stick to the facts, which is what I intend to do. This is the current situation. As of 9:30 this morning, UK HSA has confirmed 4 cases of Group B meningococcal disease, with another 11 cases under investigation. The 2 deaths are associated with this cluster. The majority of cases link back to the Club Chemistry nightclub over the dates of the 5th, 6th and 7th of March and their associated networks. Club Chemistry is currently closed voluntarily. Going forward, Mr. Speaker, these figures will be updated publicly by UK HSA each day at 9:30 a.m. Let me now turn to the timeline of this outbreak. UK HSA was notified about the first case on Friday, the 13th of March. In line with established protocol, health officials began identifying and tracing the patient's immediate close contacts who were offered prophylactic antibiotics as a matter of urgency. On Saturday, UK HSA were in touch with the University of Kent to ensure they had the necessary support, advice and guidance, and to establish where the patient was living. Also on Saturday, the French authorities alerted UKHSA to a second confirmed case in France from an individual who had attended the University of Kent. Both cases lived in private accommodation, and at that stage, there was no apparent link between the two. At 7 p.m. on Saturday evening, hospitals reported that a number of severely unwell young adults were presenting with symptoms consistent with meningococcal disease. Contact tracing of these individuals began immediately and continued into Sunday morning, March the 15th. All those traced were offered precautionary antibiotics. So far, 700 doses have been administered. Recognising the scale of the potential outbreak, at 10 a.m. on Sunday, UKHSA stood up a full-scale response, including preparations for more widespread distribution of antibiotics on campus. By 5 p.m. on Sunday, those antibiotics were in place and distribution began to students in the 2 halls of residence where we were aware of cases, and by 6 p.m. a public health alert was issued. Mr. Speaker, it is important that the House and the wider public understands that even before the public health alert was issued, students and young people who had been in close contact with suspected cases were being offered antibiotics. This is precisely what one would expect as a rapid response, and I'm confident UKHSA acted as quickly and as comprehensively as possible. In addition to cases involving students at the University of Kent, there were 2 cases identified involving 6th formers in Year 13, one of whom has sadly died. UKHSA made contact with the head teachers at both schools first thing on Monday morning and have worked closely with schools to provide information, advice and support, including a letter to parents that was issued that same day. We are working closely with DFE on wider communications to schools across the Kent area, and a briefing with schools has taken place this morning. Mr. Speaker, the strain associated with this outbreak is meningitis B, known as MenB. It is uncommon, as we have seen, a serious and potentially lethal strain of meningococcal disease. The onset of illness is often sudden, and early diagnosis and treatment with antibiotics are vital. It doesn't spread very easily. The bacteria is passed to others after a long period of close contact. For example, with living with someone in shared accommodation, through prolonged kissing, or sharing vapes and drinks. However, the symptoms are also easily mistaken for other common conditions, even for something like a hangover. And so, Mr. Speaker, let me now set out the current advice from UKHSA. Anyone who attended Club Chemistry on March the 5th, 6th or 7th, and anyone who believes they were in close contact with someone who's confirmed or suspected to have meningitis should attend a treatment centre and receive antibiotics. There are 4 centres open in Canterbury today, with 11,000 doses available on site. Details about the location of these centres are available on the UKHSA website and are being promoted by the UKHSA, the NHS, my department, schools and the university, as well as the BBC, and I encourage all media outlets to do the same. There is no need to book an appointment. A single course of antibiotics is highly effective in preventing the contraction and spread of this disease in 90% of cases. If you become worried about yourself, your child or a friend, particularly if symptoms are getting worse, please seek medical help urgently. Anyone with symptoms should call NHS 111 or in an emergency dial 999 to seek medical attention. Mr. Speaker, people are understandably asking about a vaccine. From 2015, the MenB vaccine has been available on the NHS as part of routine childhood immunisations, but clearly most students would not be vaccinated. Given the severity of the situation, I can confirm to the House that we will begin a targeted vaccination programme for students living in halls of residence at the University of Kent in Canterbury, which will begin in the coming days. UKHSA will provide further advice on other cohorts in the coming days. On the question of wider eligibility, we obviously follow the expert independent advice of the JCVI. In light of this latest outbreak, I will be asking them to re-examine eligibility for meningitis vaccines. I will do so without prejudicing their decision because we have to follow the clinical advice on this. Mr. Speaker, I will keep the House updated as the situation unfolds, and I commend this statement to the House.
Secretary of State Stuart Andrew.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm grateful to the Secretary of State for advance sight of his statement and for the clarity he has provided to the House this afternoon. Our thoughts, too, are with the families of the 2 young people who have so tragically lost their lives. I cannot imagine the pain they must be going through at this difficult time. This will also be an extremely distressing time for parents, students, staff and the wider community across the South East, especially as I understand 2 more cases have just been announced. Indeed, yesterday, friends of mine were very anxious about their own son, who was in the vicinity over the weekend. I also want to pay tribute to the NHS staff, public health teams, school and university leaders, and all those working at pace to respond. I welcome what the Secretary of State has set out on the daily publication of figures, the scale-up of antibiotic provision, and the decision to introduce a targeted vaccination programme for students in halls of residence, alongside seeking further advice from JCVI. However, there remain a number of important questions. First, on the timeline, as there have been concerns raised out there. The Secretary of State has set out the sequence of events in detail, but can he be clear about the threshold used for wider public communication and whether that threshold is being reviewed in light of this outbreak? He also set out that head teachers were contacted on Monday morning. Can he clarify when those schools were first identified and whether there is a need to review how quickly educational settings are brought into the response, given that cases were identified several days beforehand? Secondly, on the nature of the outbreak, while many cases are linked to a single venue, can he confirm whether all cases are believed to be part of one cluster, or whether there remains a risk of multiple sources of infection? Thirdly, on escalation, given the involvement of both a university and schools, can the Secretary of State set out what criteria are being used to determine when more extensive interventions are required across educational settings? This situation will undoubtedly cause concern among families, particularly with the end of term approaching. Can he therefore set out what steps are being taken to manage the risk of onward spread as students return home? And what advice is being provided to families and local health services in other parts of the country? Can he also confirm that public health messaging is fully consistent across schools, GPs, local authorities and NHS services, so that families receive clear advice wherever they turn? And what steps are being taken to counter misinformation online where false claims may undermine confidence in public health advice? Can he also confirm that local laboratories, intensive care capacity and public health teams are fully resourced to manage any increase in cases, and that supply chains for antibiotics and vaccines are resilient should further clusters emerge? Finally, while I welcome the targeted vaccination programme and the decision to seek further advice from JCVI, the Secretary of State has acknowledged that most students would not have been routinely vaccinated against meningitis B, and protection among older teenagers is clearly not as strong as it is in infancy. Does he accept that this creates a particular vulnerability among older teenagers and young adults? And will he ensure that any further advice on eligibility or wider catch-up measures is brought forward as quickly as possible? Mr. Speaker, this is a serious public health situation. It is right that the response, though, remains calm, evidence-led and focused on protecting patients and supporting those families affected.
Firstly, Mr. Speaker, can I thank the Shadow Secretary of State for his constructive response and support as we respond to this incident, and also welcome the way in which he has rightly brought scrutiny to the response. And I should say from the outset, Mr. Speaker, that obviously once we're through this, we will obviously look at the handling of the UK HSA's response at every point, because inevitably there are always things that we can learn and seek to do better. The balance that needed to be sought in terms of public communication, Mr. Speaker, was to make sure that people were informed in a timely way, but also to make sure of two things. Firstly, we didn't spread unnecessary anxiety and concern. And secondly, that having been made aware of the risk, that there was a channel through which people could receive support. So as I set out in the timeline, in response to individual cases, thorough contact tracing was undertaken, antibiotics were offered in those direct contacts in those cases, and then by 5 p.m. on Sunday, we had the antibiotics more widely available, and 6 p.m. public communication went out. The schools were identified during the course of Sunday. That wasn't a straightforward experience. And in the case of those schools, the two schools, Simon Langton Grammar School, Queen Elizabeth's Grammar School in Faversham, were both contacted first thing on Monday. We're also looking at Norton Natchball School in Ashford, where there may potentially be another case, and we are working closely with those schools. They were notified on Monday morning, and we've stood up wider school briefing. We will look carefully at whether we could have done more quickly to identify those schools and to make contact ahead of the Monday morning. The Shadow Secretary of State asks about the criteria for educational settings and the sort of wider availability of vaccination. We are looking at this actively with UK HSA, and we'll make announcements about further cohorts in the coming days. In terms of local NHS capacity, the NHS in the South East region are supporting UK HSA, who are the lead agency, in the response to the bacterial meningitis outbreak. Kent and Medway ICB have stood up and are currently operating a hub at the Kent University site to deliver prophylaxis to students, and a second site has been open too. We've obviously made sure that in responding to patients presenting at hospital, that appropriate support is in place for those hospitals. The Shadow Secretary of State also asks about supply of antibiotics and vaccination. We're confident that we have the right levels in place to respond, and obviously as we think about potentially widening cohorts, we'll make sure that supply is available in a timely and effective way.
Shaba Khan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his statement, and I particularly welcome his announcement that he's reviewing the ongoing use of the vaccine to a wider cohort. Given that the universities at Kent also have campuses in Medway, could he just inform me what work he's doing with the universities to ensure that the spread across other campuses is monitored on a regular basis, and that if there is any potential for this to spread further, that has been reviewed regularly? Thank you.
So State.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for her question. This raises an important point, and the Shadow Secretary of State raised this as well in relation to public health information. There are exams taking place at University of Kent this week, but there may be many students who've returned home. Indeed, there will be some students at the University of Kent in Canterbury who commute in from the surrounding area. We have 4 sites available on the in and around campus. So we've got the Senate building at the University of Kent, the Gate Clinic, Kent and Canterbury Hospital on Ethelbert Road in Canterbury, Westgate Hall in Canterbury, and the Carey building, which is at the Thanet Hub in Broadstairs. Which is planned to be open from Tuesday, the 17th of March. So we've got those 4 sites available. We're also making sure that for students who've gone home who may wish to access antibiotics because of risk factors or concern about symptoms, that they're able to contact their GPs and receive support locally.
Alison Bennett, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Secretary of State for advance sight of the statement. As other honourable members have said, first and foremost, my thoughts are with those 2 young people who have lost their lives, their families and friends, and everyone who has been touched by this devastating outbreak. It is understandable that many young people and their families will be feeling anxious. With that in mind, is the Minister confident that this outbreak is contained and has not yet spread beyond those present at the initial event? It is not unreasonable for young people and their families elsewhere in the country to be wondering whether they should be seeking catch-up vaccines. Young people will not have been protected by the MenB vaccine available to those born after 2015. Is the Secretary of State confident that there is sufficient stock to deliver protection to all those who need it? And as well as talking to the JCVI, will the Secretary of State involve Meningitis Now, who have called for teenagers and young people born prior to 2015 to be vaccinated against meningitis B on the NHS? Mr. Speaker, vaccinations rates are falling in the UK, including for meningitis. To this end, all politicians and all political parties have a moral duty to support science over conspiracy theories. It is deeply regrettable that certain parties have not been responsible in this respect in recent months. I and my Liberal Democrat colleagues are worried that these avoidable deaths will become more common should this narrative persist. We must encourage those communities and healthcare workers who are not currently taking up vaccines to do so. We must build trust, tackle disinformation and encourage people, regardless of where they live, to take up life-saving vaccines. Thank you.
Secretary of State.
Can I thank the Liberal Democrat spokesperson for her response and also strongly endorse what she said about the importance of vaccination. When it comes to determining which vaccines are available and to which cohorts, obviously we follow the advice of JCVI. But I really hope that if there's one good thing that can come out of an awful situation, it's the general public awareness of the importance of taking up vaccinations where they are available. They remain one of the best public health tools available to us, and it is on one hand a very good thing that there are few people alive in this country today who remember the dark days that where this country didn't have a national health service and didn't have vaccination available for common treatments. It's wonderful that we now live in a country where there are very distant memories of some of those everyday conditions being widespread killers. But there is also a real risk of a return to those Victorian conditions because of that misinformation, anti-science, irresponsible political positioning that we see in certain corners of even this House. So I really hope that politicians in particular will think carefully and responsibly about our shared duty to the public to help people be protected. In terms of the specific concerns raised, the public health risk to the wider population remains low, but we are actively contact tracing and offering antibiotic prophylaxis to those in close contact with cases. The antibiotics are really effective, and it's one course and is effective in 90% of cases. So we are actively contact tracing, but once again I emphasise, if for people watching, if you or someone you know develops symptoms of meningitis or septicemia, seek medical help urgently by calling 111 or 999, particularly if symptoms deteriorate. And if you're one of those students at the University of Kent who may have left campus and would otherwise have been visiting one of those 4 sites, we're making arrangements for you to be able to see your GP and receive the antibiotics there.
So Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank Honourable Secretary of State for the statement. I want to pay tribute to all the health leaders in Kent and the school leaders for their calm and quick actions yesterday and over the weekend. I was able to get a briefing from UK HSA yesterday morning, and also was able to visit my local hospital, William Harvey Hospital, where they have made immediate changes to A&E to care those patients who was turning up. There were many speculations were spread around on social media and local newspapers, especially around suggesting vape sharing may be the reason behind this. So can I ask the Health Secretary, while I'm not asking him to comment on the speculation, can he reinforce public health message, and can he offer advice to young people and parents in the Kent area on precaution they should be following at this time?
Secretary.
Can I thank my honourable friend for his support for the local health system and for engaging so actively with my department and the UKHSA team in response to this incident. He's absolutely right to press on the issue of public advice, and perhaps it's helpful for me to be clear. Transmission requires close and prolonged contact to spread. And this may be if you live in the same household as someone and there's intimate contact, such as kissing, sharing of vapes, drinks, those sorts of things, that's where the risk exists of spread. So this is not like some of the other respiratory conditions that we've seen more recently, and it is important people understand how this disease is spread, because I think people may find that reassuring. But also we've got, I think, a range of symptoms that can present. That can include a rash that does not fade when pressed with a glass, sudden onset of high fever, severe and worsening headache, stiff neck, vomiting and diarrhea, joint and muscle pain, dislike of bright lights, very cold hands and feet, seizures, confusion or delirium, and extreme sleepiness or difficulty waking. Now, there's, those symptoms could also apply to a wide range of other conditions. So, as ever, if in doubt, the best thing to do is to seek medical advice, whether that's calling 111, in an emergency, dialing 999, or indeed seeing your GP. But I urge everyone to share the public health information as it's disseminating online, so we can spread facts rather than misinformation.
Leila Brown, Chair of the Select Committee.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to share, of course, my condolences with those families and communities affected by this. I cannot begin, as the Secretary of State said, to imagine what they must be thinking and feeling during this time, and also to thank those staff who have been involved in the response. I echo Secretary of State's hope that from this tragedy will come greater public awareness, but may I also add to that an increased laser-like focus on vaccination and immunisation from the highest levels of government. He may be aware that the Select Committee did a one-off inquiry into vaccination and immunisation. I have to be honest with him. It is one of our strongest letters we have ever sent the department. We have deep concerns. We use words like complacent, which, by the way, I don't think apply to this specific case. I do believe that the UKHSA have taken this incredibly seriously, and the mobilisation has happened, but I have to say despite, not because of, underlying resilience in the current system. Will the Secretary of State undertake to look at what we have sent him and his department, and he undertake himself to want to lead this response, not just for this incident, but for the whole of vaccination trends in this country from now on?
Secretary of State.
Can I firstly welcome what the Chair of the Select Committee has said about the response to this particular incident, and she is right to press more broadly on the issue of vaccination. If I think back to the winter campaign we've just run, it was more successful than last winter, but directly to her point about complacency, I would be the first to say that even with that improvement, I still don't think we are doing well enough as a country when it comes to vaccination rates. I'm particularly concerned about childhood vaccine. I can give her the assurance that not only will I and our new public health minister look very carefully, who I welcome to the chamber and the front bench. We will look at that very carefully and take that very seriously and reply both directly to the committee and in terms of actions with the seriousness that the letter warrants. But also just reassure her I'm already talking to my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Education, of what more we can do together as the Department for Education, the NHS, Department for Health and Social Care, to make sure that we are improving childhood immunisation as well as wider vaccine uptake across the population.
Democrat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd just like to add my name to all the people who are sharing that their hearts are going out to everyone affected by this terrible tragedy that's unfolding. It's particularly to people in Sittingbourne and Sheppey, many of whom are students who attend the universities in Canterbury, who go to schools in Faversham, and of course lots of constituents who are staff there as well. It's going to be particularly hard on my constituent Sue, whose son died of meningitis a few years ago, and she's been tirelessly campaigning for a change in the law on duty of care for people in those situations. Matthew could be alive today if action was taken swiftly enough by the people who were with him. So I just asked the Secretary of State, what more can we do to make sure that everyone on the ground across Kent and more widely really knows what to do in case they see the signs and symptoms of meningitis?
So stay.
My honourable friend raises such an important point, and let me through him convey my thoughts and condolences to Matthew's family, and via them to so many families across the country for whom the news headlines will be particularly painful, because they have both lived through and are still living with that grief and loss as a result of this devastating disease and the loss that it can bring about. He's absolutely right that we need to make sure that there is wider public understanding of the signs and the symptoms, but also we're not complacent about that within the health system itself as well, where sometimes in busy A&E departments, in busy GP practices or in pharmacies, things can get missed, and it's really important that we pick those concerns up and act quickly. I know that there are views on vaccination and the need for more widespread vaccination. Of course, I've asked JCVI to look at that, but we'll follow the scientific evidence.
Helen Wakely.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I thank the Secretary of State for his statement and his communications with me. Juliet was a schoolgirl in Year 13 at Queen Elizabeth Grammar School in my constituency. She died of meningitis this weekend. Her head teacher said of her, she was incredibly kind, thoughtful and intelligent, and treasured. I am also a parent of a Year 13 student, and my heart goes out to Juliet's family and the family of the university student who has died. Sixth formers and students mix in the same crowded venues in Canterbury, so the government must fully consider the risk to school kids as well as the students in the universities. I'm grateful to the NHS and the UK HSA for the action they have already been taken locally, but many parents feel that they are not getting enough information, and schools have also found themselves struggling to get guidance. Can I ask the Secretary of State, why was there no contact with schools until the Monday? Have all school pupils who went to Club Chem been identified and invited for treatment? And will he roll out the vaccination programme he's spoken about to local schools, including residential schools in the area?
Secretary of State.
Can I thank the Right Honourable Member firstly for that wonderful and moving tribute to Juliet from her head teacher, which I think just brings into sharp relief the devastating impact that this has had and the anxiety that many other parents will be feeling in common with her. Can I also thank the proactive way in which she has been in contact with me and with UKHSA over the weekend. She's asking the right questions. My understanding, we will obviously review this and come back in more detail to the Right Honourable Member, but also the House. There was some challenge on Sunday identifying the schools concerned, and contact was made on Monday morning. I think we do have to look really hard at whether more could and should have been done to have been in touch with those individual schools on the Sunday, but I think schools more generally, she's absolutely right to identify that there will have been other sixth formers over the age of 18 and potentially some who maybe should not have been in the nightclub but may have been. And it's really important that we have a grip on who those young people are to make sure they get access to good, high-quality health information advice and to make sure they know where to go where they have concerns. I am confident that these 4 hubs will reach those young people and that the flow of information is improving, but she is absolutely right to press and probe on whether we could and should have been more effective at communication with schools, as we certainly were with the university.
Jim Dixon.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and can I thank the Secretary of State for his statement, and I absolutely echo his words and those of other members on the tragic loss of 2 young lives to meningitis as a result of this outbreak. Many residents in Dartford remain understandably concerned, and can I welcome therefore his assurance and those of UKHSA that the meningitis outbreak is linked to a very specific venue and event. And obviously it's been encouraging to see the swift action from health authorities as well as local public health teams to trace those who attended club chemistry and offer preventive antibiotics to tackle the outbreak. Would the Secretary of State be able to confirm for my constituents that those who attended the club should go immediately to designated sites for antibiotics, and that anyone else experiencing symptoms should contact their GP or dial 111 as soon as they can?
Secretary of State.
Can I thank my honourable friend for his questions? And he is absolutely right. And actually, I didn't respond to this question from the Shadow Secretary of State, so let me do so now, since the questions are linked. All cases are presently being treated as linked to the the nightclub. That's one. Incident and cluster, but we're not taking that for granted, and so we remain open-minded and continually assess that as information comes in from patients and their families, which can take time because they're often very sick. We via UKHSA are making available the opening times and locations of the 4 hubs. If people are concerned they've been in close contact and are worried about the risks themselves, they can come forward for antibiotics, which will be made available to them.
Rosie Duffy.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Firstly, I'd like to thank the Secretary of State personally and his team for their engagement on this awful situation in Canterbury. As you can imagine, all in my constituency have been devastated by the tragic death of Juliet Kenny and another student from the school disease, and I thank my neighbour for her lovely tribute to my constituent. We've been inundated by questions from extremely worried constituents, and he's answered some of them in his statement. The main one being around the rollout of the vaccine, and I was really pleased to hear that that's going to happen soon. Worried parents and vulnerable students are telling me that communications from their education settings are not consistently clear, however, with one school having closed to Year 13s. What's his message about attendance in person? And lastly, there are reports from medics on the front line at the moment in the hubs that the service has been absolutely overwhelmed with requests for antibiotics and people just presenting with mild colds and coughs. So could you make very clear once again exactly why and when they should turn up? And I think the time for addressing the concerns about the rollout of information isn't now, but hopefully we can drill down on that after this horrible event. Thank you.
Secretary of State.
Can I first of all thank the honourable member for, again, her proactive approach over the weekend and in recent days, given the impact this is having on her constituency and the devastating impact on her constituents. Just to reassure her about 2 things. Firstly, we are not advising school closures, and I think it's important that we once again just underscore the nature of the transmission of this disease, which is close personal contact, kissing, sharing vapes, which I am concerned about in the context of young people, sharing drinks, and obviously if people live in a household together, some of those things are even more likely to occur, but the general risk is low. So I want people to think carefully about their own situation, but people shouldn't be unnecessarily worried or anxious. In terms of where we are on antibiotic access, students at schools who've had close contact, those who are at club chemistry, they can attend the sites for antibiotics. This was the message that went out to all Kent schools this morning, so hopefully there will be an improvement in the flow and accuracy of information going to schools. My honourable friend is absolutely right to say we need to, once this incident has passed, to look back and reflect on what was done when and what can we learn from that. But at the same time, I'm also keen to make sure that we're listening, getting active feedback from members across the House, and improving in real time as well. So we will keep these channels open, not just through the questions today, but through briefings with members of Parliament, keeping our channels open so that we can get feedback from locally elected representatives, which in her case and others has been extremely valuable.
Lawrence Sullivan.
I'd like to send my condolences to the families affected and for all those that have lost young lives in the past of meningitis. I welcome the Secretary of State on the targeted vaccine programme as well as the rollout to deliver antibiotics at pace. Vaccines are the most effective way and powerful ways to protect individuals and community at large. But we know that infectious diseases mutate and we must be ready. So will he commit to the work being done in the future to look at MenB vaccine to make sure that it does offer wider protection? And similar to the MMR vaccine, which is offered to students and young people before they embark on life, would this be considered to be part of that package?
Secretary.
Can I thank my honourable friend for her question? We can be proud as the UK that this was the first country in the world to roll out the MenB vaccine. In terms of who might be eligible in the future and on what basis, we always rely on the advice from JCVI, which is independent and based on the data and scientific research. Because of the nature of this outbreak and the speed at which we've seen disease spread, I am asking them to look again at the advice they've provided without prejudice to any decision they might take. I just think it's prudent, given our most recent experience and what we've seen in recent days, that JCVI take those factors into consideration and issue fresh advice to the government.
Tom Tugendhat.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. May I start by just thanking the Secretary of State and the medical teams who have responded incredibly quickly, particularly to UKHSA, who've done a phenomenal job in tracing and making sure that we have preparations in place. There are, of course, lessons to be learned, but we'll park that for a moment. May I just ask about the antibiotics, because there were people who were not only in East Kent, but actually in Tunbridge, who were at Club Chem over those days. And for very understandable reasons, they don't particularly want to go all the way back to Canterbury. Many of them are feeling rather nervous about it. Is there a reason why the antibiotics are not available in Tunbridge, as has been told to me by one of the medical groups in the town? Or is there a possibility that these antibiotics will be spread so that people can receive them in other locations?
Secretary of State.
I will, following the right honourable member's question, ask about whether expansion to Tunbridge would be a sensible thing to do, given numbers that may or may not have been in club chemistry on the dates affected. But I'll take his point about some people not being willing or able to travel to the 4 sites that have been made available in Broadstairs and Canterbury. Nonetheless, we are, not least because of the students who've left university for the Easter break, we are, through the NHS, making sure that GPs are able to prescribe antibiotics. I know he's talking about different cases, these won't be students, but we'll make sure that people can get access to antibiotics via their GP. If that hasn't fully answered his question, he's shaking his head, I'll catch him afterwards to make sure I do.
Daniel Francis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I share my condolences to the friends and family of those 2 young people who've so very sadly lost their lives. 9 years ago, I saw my own daughter have a 42-minute seizure, and thanks to the work of the NHS and the drugs, she recovered from meningitis B, so I know exactly how terrifying that situation can be. But for lots of families around the country, they will have their children currently at university and be hundreds of miles away. So what assurances and advice can the Secretary of State give to those families about the conversations they should be having with their young people in Canterbury about the health advice they should be seeking and the symptoms they should be looking for?
Secretary of State.
Can I thank my honourable friend for sharing his own awful experience and for once again emphasising the importance of good public health information and advice. including for those parents whose students will still be in Canterbury and therefore may be particularly worried. So UKHSA is now advising anyone who visited Club Chemistry on the 5th, 6th or 7th of March to come forward for preventative antibiotic treatment as a precautionary measure, which can be collected from one of 4 sites. If they or someone they know develops symptoms of meningitis or septicemia, they should seek medical help urgently by going to the nearest accident emergency department or dialling 999. If it's not an emergency and people are concerned, they can contact their GP or NHS 111. Symptoms of meningitis and septicemia can include the rash that doesn't fade when pressed with a glass, sudden onset of high fever, severe and worsening headache, stiff neck, vomiting and diarrhoea, joint and muscle pain, dislike of bright lights, very cold hands and feet, seizures, confusions or delirium, and extreme sleepiness or difficulty waking. And I just want to underscore again, in terms of the risk of transmission, the general risk is low, and transmission takes place through close, direct and prolonged personal contact with things like kissing, sharing vapes and drinks. So that's why I think we need to get the balance right between awareness, people thinking about their own situation and whether any of these factors apply to them, without spreading unnecessary anxiety, because most people, including the overwhelming majority of students at the university and people in Canterbury, will not be at risk.
Kirsty Blackman.
Our thoughts just now are with everyone involved in this, and particularly our support is with all of the staff that are dealing with it, whether that's medical professionals, university staff or UKHSA. And I understand that the Secretary of State's immediate priority will be in relation to this specific outbreak today. Dr. Amir Thallingham from UKHSA was on Radio 4 this morning and suggested that the progression of this outbreak is atypical. Would the Secretary of State give reassurance that the devolved authorities, health authorities, will be given updates on this so that they are aware in case there is another atypical progression at any point in the future anywhere else in these islands?
Good question.
Secretary of State.
Yes, can I thank the Honourable Member for her question. She's absolutely right about the atypical nature of this outbreak. And I can reassure her and the House that UKHSA is in regular contact with the devolved administrations.
Clive Efford.
Deputy Speaker, my heart goes out to the families that are bereaved in this terrible tragedy. The pain must be unimaginable, and I wish a swift recovery to those that are being treated in the hospital. And I also want to commend the UKHSA for its swift response. Notwithstanding any lessons that need to be learned, nonetheless, they do seem to have reacted very quickly and effectively. But how confident can we be that this is contained within the area as identified? And is there a contingency plan should there be any outbreaks in other areas? As a South East London MP, clearly I have concerned constituents.
Secretary of State.
Yes, I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for his question and mindful of the concern that neighbouring communities may feel, across his part of London and the wider South East. I think just to reassure on 2 points. One is that the general risk is low because of the nature of the transmission of this disease, and also because of the active contact tracing that's underway, where I think UKHSA has done a particularly impressive job given the unusual nature of this outbreak. So I think we can be reasonably confident that we are tracing people, managing risk in that way. So even as students return home from university, we are managing the risk, being in proactive contact with people, making antibiotics available, and also now actively considering what we might do in terms of, but not just the targeted vaccination campaign that we're preparing for the coming days, but also the wider cohorts that UKHSA may deem necessary.
Neil Shastry-Hurst.
Deputy Speaker, and I know from my time in medicine that all those involved in combating this outbreak will be working at pace, and they have our utmost respect. However, there will be concern around the report in The Independent in the last hour or so that certain pharmacies in the region are running out or running low on MenB vaccine. Can the Secretary of State commit to looking into that personally, and can he ensure that we get a robust supply chain?
Secretary of State.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Look, I can understand that there may well be some people who are choosing to buy the vaccine, but just to reassure on 2 points. One is that we do have a significant stockpile of vaccine, and secondly, we are taking an evidence-based approach to vaccination, starting with the targeted vaccination programme that UKHSA is preparing, thinking about additional cohorts, and we obviously always keep an eye on our medicine supply more generally.
Charles Atwell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State, for his statement. Parents of teenage and university-age children across the country will be looking on with increasing anxiety. What is the Secretary of State's advice to parents in other parts of the country, and in particular for parents in the Kent area? What exactly are the symptoms that they should be looking for?
Secretary of State.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for his question, and I know there will be lots of parents who are concerned about this. As I've said, I mean, the first thing is for individuals to think about their particular risk of exposure. We have already made available the 4 hubs for people to come forward and get antibiotics, and we will continue to actively contact Trace 2. In terms of those symptoms, as I've said previously, it's a range of symptoms: a rash that doesn't fade when pressed with glass, sudden onset of high fever, severe and worsening headache, stiff neck, vomiting and diarrhoea, joint and muscle pain, dislike of bright lights, very cold hands and feet, seizures, confusions or delirium, and extreme sleepiness or difficulty waking. Those symptoms can apply to a range of conditions, but I think it is a good thing if particularly students who may have been at club chemistry on the dates concerned, instead of writing off some of these symptoms as a hangover, it is better to be reassured than ignorant, and therefore going forward seeking medical attention and advice is the right thing to do, rather than simply writing it off as another one of those things. So I would urge parents to give that advice to young people and to students to follow that advice too.
Vicky Slade.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Meningitis is one of the worst nightmares that parents worry about particularly when their teenagers leave home and are living away. My constituent Vicky Purdy from Corfmullen had her life changed 2 years ago from meningitis, is still unable to walk unaided, but is calling for meningitis awareness in schools, particularly via PSHE lessons and in university through freshers packs. Will he talk to his colleagues in DFE to progress this, given the high-risk nature of this age group and the fact that this age group will not have been vaccinated as they were born before 2015?
Secretary of State.
I think that's a really constructive suggestion. We will absolutely look at that. And in reply to the member for Tunbridge, who's left his, just returned fleetingly to his place. It's an amazing skill he has. I think his question was about the availability of the antibiotics in Tunbridge, not necessarily a distribution centre. Just to reassure, there are sufficient antibiotic stocks at the university hospitals and the ambulance service, and we are working with local resilience partners to ensure effective distribution. I will pick up that point about Tunbridge, given proximity and likelihood that many residents will have been at the club in question.
James Asser.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I join our honourable members in sending my condolences to the families of the students who have died. As my right honourable friend will be aware, I was once upon a time the NUS officer responsible for national health campaigning, and a meningitis outbreak on campus was always one of our great anxieties. And we used to run awareness campaigns that we know from feedback at the time that allowed students to be aware of the symptoms to be able to get that urgent medical treatment. Whilst this is a localised outbreak, there will obviously be anxiety across the country from parents and students watching this. Could I ask the Secretary of State whether he would look at his department working with the National Meningitis Charities, the National Union of Students and local university authorities to run a national awareness campaign so that the symptoms he has been outlining today are fully understood and aware, so that students can understand what to do if they spot them?
State.
Well, like my honourable friend, I'm a member of the NUS Mafia in this place and well understand the enormous value that student unions bring to promoting student welfare, raising awareness. I think he's absolutely right about meningitis risks and other infectious disease risks on university campuses. And I think he's absolutely right to suggest that we should work with the meningitis charities and others and NUS and student unions to see what more we can do, not just in response to this outbreak in Kent, but more generally to raise awareness amongst a group of students who, by the nature of their studying and living conditions, can be more prone to the spread of infectious disease.
Edward Arger.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I associate myself with the Secretary of State's remarks that the thoughts of all in this House will be with the families of those who tragically died and all those who've been affected. While understandably there are questions over vaccination and antibiotic eligibility, it's important decisions continue to be guided by clinical experts, and we do have some of the best in the world in this country. So I welcome him asking the JCVI to review eligibility criteria. Will he please be unequivocal, and I think he's alluded to this, that he will continue to be guided by that expert clinical advice in any decisions he subsequently makes?
Secretary of State.
I'm extremely grateful to the Right Honourable Gentleman for raising that question and making this point. It sometimes feels that barely a month, if not a week, goes by in this job at the moment where I am regularly exhorted to make a political decision overriding clinical advice. I think that's the wrong thing to do, and I also think it sets a dangerous precedent, particularly when there are others in this House who might be minded to make ideological judgments about science and medicine, which are neither good science nor good medicine. So I think there is an important principle to defend here, which is where we're making clinical decisions, it should be based on good, high-quality clinical advice based on robust evidence and data. And I can give him that assurance that I will continue to follow clinical advice, and he's absolutely right to raise this particular point of principle.
Danny Beales.
Deputy Speaker, and I also welcome the Secretary of State's statement and share his sympathies and condolences with the families who've lost young people in recent days. Obviously, parents and students are very concerned at the moment. There's reports online that private pharmacies are selling vaccinations for several hundreds of pounds. Can the Secretary of State assure this House that the NHS England, Department for Health, are monitoring any possible price gouging around vaccinations? There isn't profiteering on these tragic events. And just to echo the Chair of the Select Committee's earlier comments, that Select Committee did look at vaccinations very recently, and whilst this isn't directly related to this incident, there has been a number of outbreaks across the country of different diseases recently. Some are associated with declining vaccination rates. So will the Secretary of State update us on his thoughts about whether the 2023 vaccination strategy from the last government does need a fresh look to deal with both uptake and also responses to outbreaks?
Secretary of State.
Firstly, can I thank my honourable friend for the excellent work he does as a member of the Select Committee and give him that reassurance that we are taking the committee's letter and advice very seriously, and I think he's right to ask us to look again at the 2023 strategy. Can I also just reassure him that to price gouge or profiteer in this situation would be a totally immoral and irresponsible thing to do. And then more generally, in terms of the advice we're giving to the public, we're not advising people to pay for a vaccine. If it is decided that any vaccination is required, that will be offered on the NHS. The MenB vaccine is already offered to infants, and the ACWY vaccine to adolescents and young adults free on the NHS. And that's the advice. I understand people may wish to make individual choices, but the advice stands, and I would urge people not to allow themselves to be ripped off by people trying to exploit understandable public anxiety.
Sir Julian Lewis.
I've heard a suggestion that this type of meningitis is more widespread in some countries than in others. Is there any truth in that? And if there is, would there be wisdom in suggesting to young people travelling to the countries concerned that they ought to add a vaccination as a prophylactic for this possibility?
Secretary of State.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm not sure to the point of prevalence. I think we will look carefully at the genesis of this outbreak, and of course, in common with the point raised by my honourable friend, the member for West Ham and Beckton, we will think about what advice ought to be offered, and as ever, when it comes to travel advice, we rely on the evidence available, and we regularly, with our partners at the Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office, and offer good travel advice to British citizens who are travelling abroad where there may be exposure to greater health risks.
Colin Lockhart.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Given that we are facing the Easter holidays and students will be transiting home, what discussions has he had with the Minister of Health in Northern Ireland regarding students who will be travelling home, just so that they're aware of the situation and the need to take precautions?
Just to reassure the honourable member that UKHSA is in close contact with all devolved administrations to make sure that they understand both the nature of this outbreak and what we're seeing and how we're responding, but also through contact tracing to also help devolved administrations to manage risk, and we'll continue to keep that regular contact.
Sir Gavin Williamson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and if I can thank the Secretary of State for his statement. Obviously, we're very rapidly approaching the time where university students will be dispersing, heading away from halls of residence and their campus right across the country. And I just wondered what actions the Secretary of State was taking to work with not just the universities but health authorities and bodies right around the country to make sure that any cases that may be dispersed around the country are quickly acted upon.
Secretary of State.
I thank the right honourable gentleman for his question, and I can reassure him that through partners at the NHS, we're making sure that antibiotics, for example, are available to GPs to prevent students from having to necessarily return to Canterbury, especially if they've travelled a long distance to return home. There is obviously a widespread public awareness of this outbreak, and therefore in all of our NHS settings there will be particular vigilance for these types of cases which are rapidly reported. I'm also reassured at the extent to which contact tracing with UKHSA is effective and people are responding accordingly.
Shaukat Adam.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to thank the Secretary of State for his statement, and I too would like to express my condolences to the family and loved ones of the two young people that have passed away, and send my best wishes to those that are in hospital. As a father of a daughter at university, I can't imagine what they must be going through. Madam Deputy Speaker, many students have expressed to newspapers like The Guardian their concerns of actually returning home where they have vulnerable loved ones, citing a mother coming back from hospital or those that live with their grandparents. Is there any advice the Minister can give to students who are returning home to loved ones, if there's any advice for not spreading the disease to them?
Secretary of State.
I'm grateful to the honourable member for his question. It's worth bearing in mind that the transmission of this particular disease is through close and prolonged personal contact. And therefore, the risk of transmission is much lower than other outbreaks of disease we've seen in this country in recent years, particularly respiratory diseases and some of the concerns people have had around flu over the winter, for example. We are obviously actively contact tracing. We're making antibiotics available. And of course, it is for individuals to make their own judgments about their own risk of exposure and therefore what that means in terms of close personal contact. But more generally, in terms of the situation of students returning home from university, if they're sat next to someone on a train, for example, then that's not close, prolonged personal contact. So I hope that reassures people that through contact tracing, through the availability of antibiotics, through the standing up of the targeted vaccination campaign, we are actively managing the risk of transmission, and the risk to the general public is very low.
Can I thank the Secretary of State for his statement this afternoon? I'll allow a few moments for the front benches to swap over. And that brings us to a statement on the Middle East from the Foreign Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I would like to update the House on the conflict in the Middle East. Since the start of this conflict, we have seen Iran fire over 900 missiles and over 3,000 drones across 13 countries in the region, across countries which are partners with the UK and where hundreds of thousands of British citizens visit, work or live. Regional air defences have intercepted the vast majority of Iranian strikes, but in recent days we have seen damage to oil export infrastructure, gas facilities, ports and airports, and restrictions on the Strait of Hormuz, with major consequences for the global economy and impacting on the UK economy too. US and Israeli strikes across Iran are continuing. We've also seen attacks from Iranian proxy groups and troubling escalation in Lebanon. And the UK is continuing our support for British nationals in the region, our defensive military support for partners against Iranian strikes, and our intensive diplomatic activity on both security and economic issues in the UK national interest. In Riyadh a few days ago, I saw the work to get British nationals home from across the region, saw how we are working to protect our people and our partners, and I stressed the UK's support and solidarity as I met with counterparts from across the Gulf. And over the last week alone, I've held discussions with my counterparts from all 6 nations in the Gulf Cooperation Council, with the US, Israel, key European allies and other regional partners. We want to see the swiftest possible resolution of this crisis that brings security and stability back to the region, stops Iran's threats to its neighbours and their efforts to hijack the global economy. These events in the Middle East have consequences around the world and affect our security and our prosperity here in the UK. So our response is based on clear principles and calm leadership. We will support UK households under pressure. We will protect our people in the region. We will defend our allies under attack. And as the Prime Minister said yesterday, we will not be drawn into a wider war, nor will we outsource our foreign policy. Our decisions will be based on UK values and the UK national interest. Madam Deputy Speaker, let me update the House on support for British nationals in the region. On the outset of this crisis, more than 300,000 British citizens were in the region, and when the airstrikes started and airspace closed, many were stuck, and we've been working relentlessly since then to help them get home. This has been a complex task. Our 24/7 Crisis Response Centre, working with our embassies, partner governments and the rapid deployment teams we sent to operate on the ground. And we've worked closely with airlines. We've laid on additional government charter flights from Muscat and from Dubai. And we estimate now that the number of British nationals who will have flown back from the region since the start of the war will today reach 100,000. We continue to monitor the situation to provide the latest advice, but I want to put on record my sincere thanks to all of those involved in tireless efforts to support British nationals abroad and to bring British citizens home. Madam Deputy Speaker, turning to the conflict itself, as the Prime Minister set out to Parliament, we took the decision not to be involved in the initial US strikes or to join any offensive operations. We have taken a different position on this to the US and Israel, based on what is in the UK national interest. When Iran began to target other countries across the region, putting our partners and citizens in danger, we took the further decision to support defensive action. And in Saudi Arabia, I've seen the air defences that the British Army is helping to operate on countering drones. And we discussed additional defence assets that were pre-deployed by my honourable friend, the Defence Secretary, to the region before the conflict began, and we have increased support since. We have jets operating from sovereign base areas on Cyprus, 8 in Qatar, including the joint UK-Qatari squadron, and as I speak, British Typhoons and F-35s are flying in defence of the Eastern Mediterranean and across Jordan, Bahrain, Qatar, the UAE and Iraq. The UK's defensive military action is supporting the wider region with 4 extra Typhoons, 3 Wildcat helicopters and a Merlin helicopter already deployed, and we are increasing our naval presence in the Eastern Mediterranean as HMS Dragon and Lyme Bay approach. As the House is aware, we have given permission for US forces to use long-standing basing at RAF Fairford and Diego Garcia to support defensive strikes against the ballistic missiles that are targeting the Gulf. But let me confirm again the point the Prime Minister made last week, that our Cyprus base is not being used in those US operations. We want to see an end to this war as quickly as possible. The longer it goes on, the more dangerous the situation becomes and the more pressure on the cost of living here at home. Iran's capabilities have been massively degraded, but this conflict has confirmed the threat the regime poses through its weapons and its proxies, and why, for so long, there has been international determination that Iran should never be able to develop nuclear weapons. So as this conflict eases or ends, we will need some form of negotiated agreement to contain and constrain those threats for the future, from ballistic missiles, drones, proxies, and its nuclear programme, and to safeguard international shipping. In the last 7 days, we've seen Iran particularly focus their strikes on economic infrastructure in the Gulf. Oil fields in Saudi, ports in Oman, strikes against commercial ships from Thailand and Malta, threatened mines in the Strait of Hormuz. Iran is seeking to hijack the global economy, holding hostage supplies of oil, gas and fertiliser, affecting prices and supply chains across the globe and threatening the cost of living here at home, causing real worry for our constituents across the country. That is why the Prime Minister laid out yesterday how this government will stand up for working people here in Britain, including providing support for households with heating oil costs and maintaining the energy price cut and cap. And last week, we enjoined 31 other countries in the biggest coordinated release of oil in the IEA's history, while maintaining our economic pressure and sanctions on Russia. Because as we welcome President Zelensky to London today, we are determined that war in the Gulf must not become a windfall for Putin as we continue to stand with Ukraine. Reopening the Strait of Hormuz is vital for market stability and the cost of living for British households. But as the Prime Minister has said, this is a serious and complex issue and there is no easy fix. So we're discussing this with international partners in Europe, Asia, Gulf partners and the US. These discussions are separate from the conflict itself, as the US itself has said, because countries from around the world have been clear they do not want to see escalation or be drawn into a wider conflict, but they do want to see the strait open and functioning, and they do not want to see the fundamental principle of freedom of navigation undermined. And because it's an international shipping lane, multiple nations need to be involved in planning the way forward, and our discussions will continue to reflect serious, expert military and commercial assessments about what is credible and feasible so that commercial shipping can return as soon as possible as the conflict subsides. Madam Deputy Speaker, let me turn to Lebanon, where I'm extremely concerned. The country is on the precipice of a widening conflict that risks disastrous humanitarian consequences. In recent days, I've spoken to the Lebanese Prime Minister, the Israeli Foreign Minister, as well as held discussions with the US, France and other European and Gulf partners. We need urgent diplomatic action to avert further escalation. But amid that danger, it is possible there is also a moment of diplomatic opportunity, and we must bring all support and pressure to bear so it is seized and not squandered. So let me set out the UK position. First, we condemn the appalling attacks by Lebanese Hezbollah, who have fired hundreds of rockets at northern Israel. This must cease immediately. The actions of this proscribed terrorist group at the instigation of the Iranian regime are once again drawing the people of Lebanon into a conflict they do not want and which is not in their interests. Second, we support the sovereignty of Lebanon. We welcome the commitments made by the Lebanese government, including the significant decision to ban Hezbollah's military activities. And we will continue to support the Lebanese armed forces because they, not Hezbollah, are the sole legitimate defender of Lebanon. Third, we are extremely worried about the civilian consequences of current Israeli operations, with an estimated 1,000 people killed and 1 in 7 Lebanese civilians reportedly displaced from their homes. This scale of humanitarian displacement is unacceptable and risks devastating consequences. So this weekend, I announced the UK would provide an additional £5 million essential humanitarian aid. Today, I can announce a further £10 million of humanitarian support to provide emergency medical care, shelter and other life-saving assistance in Lebanon and the region to help prevent further displacement and instability that would risk escalating the regional problems with wider impact on other countries beyond the region too. And fourth, we believe diplomatic progress can be made as there's a shared interest across both Lebanon and Israel in seeing an end to the Hezbollah threats and in seeing peace and stability return. Both the Lebanese government and the Israeli government have expressed an interest in joint talks. We strongly support this path, and the framework exists in Security Council Resolution 1701, which provides the best route to lasting and peace and security and stability beyond the region too. The UK stands ready to provide diplomatic support to this process. Madam Deputy Speaker, this conflict in the Middle East is affecting countries across the region and across the world. Global events impacting our security and our economy here at home. And this government is resolute in our determination to protect the safety, security and prosperity of British people and partners, pursuing the swiftest possible resolution to the conflict, security and stability in the national interest of the United Kingdom. I commend this statement to the House.
Shadow Foreign Secretary Priti Patel.
Madam Deputy Speaker, on behalf of this side of the House, I want to put on record our thanks to our brave armed forces who are in the region and to those en route. And thanks to the diplomatic and consular staff for all their efforts to support the 250,000 British nationals in the region. We thank our GCC allies for their care in hosting thousands of British nationals who've returned home via their commercial carriers, Emirates and Etihad, through the air corridor that they secured. British nationals in the region, our assets and interests and our allies continue to be on the receiving end of the indiscriminate targeting by Iran's despotic regime. As our friends in the GCC have said, that regime has pursued a nuclear weapon and a ballistic missile program. It sponsors terrorist proxies whose destabilising activities across the region and interference in their domestic affairs of states have threatened us all. The world would be a safer place free from the tyrants of Tehran. While Iran attacks our military bases, targets British nationals and holds Lindsay and Craig Foreman captive, and indiscriminately fires missiles and drones on their neighbours, we cannot stay silent or inactive. The UAE's Minister of Internal Cooperation, Her Excellency Reem Al-Hashimi, has called Iran's actions unhinged. Our friends in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia have rightly stated that Iran must stop the attacks on economic infrastructure. We have consistently called on the government to work closely with our friends in the Gulf. We must back them in their attempts to safeguard their regional airspace, the freedom of navigation, and the economic and national security of our allies. Given the concerns they raised in recent weeks, can the Foreign Secretary confirm what assurances and confidence she gave our friends in the Gulf of the depth and reliability of our support to them? What specific commitments did she make to them to better protect our bases and allies in the region? The way in which our friends and close security partners who host British armed forces have been subject to outrageous, unprovoked aggression has been painful to watch. Britain cannot stand by while our allies do the heavy lifting to protect us all. Take Bahrain, for example, with whom we've signed the CCPA agreement in 2024. I'm yet to receive a substantive answer from the government about how we are mobilising the agreement to better protect our ally, our naval base near Manama. What commitments did she give to ensure that British assets will be made available to help bolster our allies' defences? Will minehunter vessels be returning to our base in Bahrain? And will a destroyer which can take down projectiles be in the region? What discussions has she had with Israeli ministers on the Iranian-backed terrorist organisation Hezbollah, whose actions are undermining regional stability, and the Lebanese government and causing terrible hardship for both the Lebanese and Israeli people? Can she advise the House on any actions the British government is taking to support practical efforts to see Hezbollah disarmed? And what is her assessment of the capacity of the Lebanese armed forces to deal with this threat? Earlier this month, the Minister for the Middle East summoned Iran's terrorist representative in London. What was discussed? Will she summon him again? Has she held any direct discussions with her Iranian counterpart? As well as threatening regional security, the IRGC threatens our homeland. They've been designated a terrorist organisation by every corner of the world. The United States, the European Union, many members of the GCC and our Commonwealth partner, Canada. At this time of war, why does the UK diverge from the rest of the world? What leverage over Iran is the government exacting for this position that it's taken not to act? If the government brings forward legislation to prescribe the IGC, we'll stand ready to work with them. And this also applies to the source of funding of the Iranian regime. What steps is she taking with our partners to cut off the financial flows that fund the Iranian regime through the international financial system? Will the Foreign Secretary, who's referred to our conversation with Secretary Rubio, can she confirm that Britain is being kept informed of US actions, both militarily and diplomatically? What kind of agreement on Iran's nuclear programme would she find acceptable, given the government's preference for a negotiated settlement? What is her assessment on the international efforts to reopen the Strait of Hormuz? And I say that following the Prime Minister's statement yesterday about a new viable collective plan. What are the details of this plan? Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, Iran's close friend Putin must not profit from this conflict in the Middle East. What is the coalition of the willing doing to collapse Putin's financial flows, make the shadow fleet unviable, and stop those refineries in India, China and Turkey from buying Russian crude oil and funding Putin's assault on Ukraine? Will she also join me in commending our Ukrainian friends for their support of our Gulf allies when they themselves are under constant attack? Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a consequential moment for the world, and strong and consistent British leadership is required.
Foreign Secretary.
Can I thank the Shadow Foreign Secretary for her questions, and let me take each of these in turn. So not only are we working immensely closely with our Gulf colleagues and partners, we are also providing them with direct military defensive support, including on our F-35s and Typhoons are in operation over the region, and including taking action, including against drones, including providing the basing support against the ballistic launchers and missiles that are targeted at the Gulf as well. And we continue to work closely with them, including looking to the future on how we can also support them with the latest anti-drone technology, learning from the experiences that the Ukraine has had as well. We also, on the issue around Lebanon and the threat from the terrorist group, Lebanese Hezbollah, I have indeed had discussions about this with both the Israeli government and the Lebanese government, because the threat from this Iranian-backed organisation is clear. It is exposed in the way in which they have responded in recent weeks once more, that they do the bidding of the Iranian regime. They do not do anything to stand up for the Lebanese people. On the issue about the IRGC, I would just gently point out to her that she was Home Secretary for some time and did not introduce the legislation that I believe is necessary in order to address some of the wider security issues, but we do continue to fully sanction not just the IRGC, but much more widely across the Iranian system to keep up the pressure alongside our allies and alongside the defensive military operations that are in place. Iran cannot be allowed to develop nuclear weapons. That would be a threat not just to the region, but to the world. It is why I, alongside my French and German foreign minister counterparts, had led the work to ensure that we could trigger the snapback response to reintroduce sanctions on the Iranian regime back in October, before this conflict started. And we'll need to keep the focus on preventing not just the nuclear threat, but also the ballistic, the proxy threat, and the threat to the Strait of Hormuz as well. The issues around the Strait are complex. That is the reality, and that is why we need to ensure that we are guided by the military and commercial expertise, but also ensure that planning is in place, drawing together countries from across the world, because there is international interest in the Strait, and that is what we will continue to do as well. And then finally, the point that she raised about Russia and Ukraine, I could not agree with her more on this, that Russia cannot be allowed and Putin cannot be allowed to benefit from this crisis. We have seen long-standing links between Russia and Iran and the threats that both countries pose. And on a day when we have President Zelensky in London, and we welcome him to London, and we continue our steadfast and I believe cross-party support for Ukraine, that support must continue because we know that Ukraine's security is our security.
Dan Carden.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I also thank the Foreign Secretary for her statement and in particular for her focus on the impact that our constituents are going to feel from the fallout of this conflict. Could I ask the Foreign Secretary specifically, from our allies and partners in the region who now find themselves under fire from Iran, what are they asking of the UK government and are we able to deliver?
Foreign Secretary.
So our partners in the region, when I met with the Gulf Cooperation Council, welcomed the support that the UK is providing and also our long-standing commitment to their security, their stability and territorial integrity. They obviously face challenges up to the moment from the ballistic missiles threat, where we are providing basing in support of the US defensive operations. They also face drone and cruise missiles threats, where we are providing jets in the air to help strike those down, and also some of the long-standing air defences that I saw in Saudi as well. But they also face significant economic threats because Iran is now deliberately targeting their economic infrastructure in order to seek to escalate this more widely. And that is why we are working closely with them on what the way forward might be for the Strait of Hormuz.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Callum Miller.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and to the Secretary of State for advance sight of her statement. Trump's and Netanyahu's war, cheered on uncritically by Reform and the Conservatives, has put our citizens and troops in the region under immediate threat from Iran's reckless retaliation and worsened the cost of living crisis for households here in the UK. The government's first priority must be to protect our citizens, troops and our allies facing unprovoked attacks. They must also take action on the huge cost increases here at home. And I wish to put on record my party's thanks to our brave service personnel for their work to keep our citizens safe. Madam Deputy Speaker, we also now face the possibility of another major escalation. Reports suggest that an IDF ground invasion of Lebanon is imminent. Hezbollah is a brutal terror organisation and must be disarmed. But that must be achieved by working with leaders in Beirut and through international organisations. So can the Foreign Secretary tell me what further steps she will take to pressure the Netanyahu government to seek its devastating strikes on Lebanon and pull back from plans for a ground offensive? And can she also set out what new steps the government is taking to halt and reverse the expansion of illegal Israeli settlements in the West Bank? The IRGC is also a terrorist organisation. It should also be proscribed here in the UK. Can the Foreign Secretary explain to the House why she has still not done this? We know that UK bases have now been used by the US to conduct strikes in Iran. The Prime Minister told this House that those strikes would only be defensive. To assure the House of this, it is crucial that the UK monitors the outcomes of US actions. So can the Foreign Secretary confirm whether the government has been supplied with that information by US forces, and if not, can she confirm whether the government has asked for it? Madam Deputy Speaker, it was wholly predictable that Iran would retaliate by closing the Strait of Hormuz. Donald Trump has now made a shameless plea that NATO allies should clean up the mess he initiated. Liberal Democrats are clear. We cannot afford to be dragged by Trump into this costly foreign adventure. So can the Foreign Secretary confirm that the government will seek to secure an emergency resolution from the UN Security Council calling for a multilateral approach to reopening the Strait of Hormuz? And will she commit to bringing a vote to this House before any UK forces are sent to operate in the Strait?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, I say sort of a few points to the honourable member. On Lebanon, I think as I've made clear in my statement, the threat from Lebanese Hezbollah is a serious one. This is a terrorist organisation that is doing the bidding of the Iranian regime, not standing up for the Lebanese people. But there is a shared interest between the Israeli government and the Lebanese government against Hezbollah, and there is an opportunity for diplomatic talks and discussions between those two governments, which we want to support. And we would urge Israel to support those talks and that processes and not to pursue the huge displacement of civilians that we have seen with the humanitarian consequences, because what we want to see is a shared set of operations against Hezbollah and to support the Lebanese armed forces on that as well. Then, more widely, the Honourable Member is right to recognise support for our armed forces and the work that they are doing to secure the safety not just of British citizens who are in the region, but our partners and also the wider energy infrastructure and economic infrastructure as well. I would say to him on the Strait of Hormuz, the focus at the moment is on what the practical measures might be to ensure that shipping can be restored as the conflict subsides and that Iran cannot continue with a long-term ability to hold hostage the global economy in something that affects us here at home.
Yasmin Qureshi.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I commend the Prime Minister's decision not to get involved in this war of choice. Whilst we are all distracted by Israel's illegal bombing of Iran and Lebanon, Israel has also gone in and occupied West Bank and closed Masjid al-Aqsa, which is the third most holiest Muslim site in the month of Ramadan. It is in East Jerusalem, which is under international law, has been declared as being illegally occupied by Israel. This is a particularly pernicious and a vindictive action. Can the Secretary of State please tell us what discussion the Foreign Office and she has had with the Israeli counterparts, and would she ask them to please reopen the Masjid al-Aqsa and allow the worshippers in, especially as Eid al-Fitr will be celebrated by the end of this week?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, my honourable friend is right to raise the real concerns about the escalation in the West Bank, and this is critical both in terms of the what is right in the West Bank and the rights of Palestinian people in the West Bank and addressing concerns around illegal settlements and settler violence, but also that this is fundamentally part of the wider issues around the peace process for Gaza and the future of a two-state solution. And it will be really important as we deal with the ongoing conflict in the Middle East involving Iran that we also do not lose focus on that 20-point plan and on the wider issues around the West Bank. We are continuing to raise these issues, not just with the Israeli government, but more widely in the region and beyond.
Dr. Julian Lewis.
If an Iranian rocket attack, hopefully this will never happen, successfully penetrated our defences and caused severe damage and casualties on a British base, is the Foreign Secretary ruling out any response by the RAF against the source, such as a battery, from which those missiles had been fired?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, he will know we already are taking defensive military action in support of threats against our partners, and we take immensely seriously any threats to UK bases or to UK military assets as well. He will know that he would not expect me to comment on operational issues, but he will also know how seriously we take the UK military and defensive capabilities.
Debbie Abrahams.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I commend my right honourable friend for her statement. And can I also thank her and her offices for the safe return of two of my constituents who were caught up in the original bombings. I also support what she says in terms of the government's position around not getting embroiled in this war of choice. But I did note her equivocation around the potential involvement in relation to the Strait of Hormuz, and if we're able to have further details as appropriate, that would be really helpful. But could I ask her, to what extent does she think that the international community's lack of action, and that includes from the UK, in holding Israel to account in their illegal action in the West Bank and in Gaza, has potentially made this action on Iran more likely?
Foreign Secretary.
I would just say on the Strait of Hormuz, I should be clear that the discussions that are underway are separate from the conflict, as the US itself has made clear as well. And one of the issues that is being looked at is around what is possible as the conflict ends or subsides as well. And on the wider issue around the West Bank and Israeli operations in the West Bank, I have myself raised these issues in the UN Security Council, and we will continue to do so. We take these issues immensely seriously. I think we also have to recognise the ongoing threats and challenges from the Iranian regime.
Dr. Andrew Murison.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Foreign Secretary said that the situation in the Strait is complex, and so it is, but it's not that complex. And she must have, her government, her military must have war-gamed this in the past because it was foreseeable. So can she say when a plan will emerge and who she is discussing this with? And will she please reassure the House that she's not simply talking to the United Nations? Because if we expect the United Nations to keep the Strait open, we'll be here talking about this at Christmas.
Foreign Secretary.
Well, I'd say, so remember I said in my statement that we were having discussions about the Strait with our European partners, with our Gulf partners, with the United States, with other countries who also have a strong interest in supporting freedom of navigation as well. But this is complex. The nature of technology, including new drones, sea drones, as well as air drones, as well, the different kinds of threats, and also the issues around commercial confidence make all of this complex, and that is why we need to do this based on expert advice and also multilateral discussions, because all of these issues can only be addressed in international partnerships.
Paul Wall.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Foreign Secretary for confirming today that British foreign policy is being decided by this British government and not being outsourced to either Washington or Tel Aviv. At the weekend, though, Israeli police killed 2 young Palestinian brothers and their parents in the occupied West Bank, shooting all 4 in the head and face as the family returned from a Ramadan shopping trip. Mohammed was 5. Othman was 7, he was blind and had special needs, and their mother and father, they were driving from the hometown of Tamun late on Saturday when Israeli forces opened fire. 11-year-old Khalid, who survived the shooting, told Reuters that Israeli police who dragged him out of the car said, "We killed dogs." Doesn't this show the need for the UK to take tough action against Israel on the expansion of the illegal settlements in the West Bank and wider crimes being committed by settlers in the West Bank?
Well, I would say to my honourable friend, I know that the case that he describes is deeply disturbing, and it is essential that all governments follow international law, maintain international standards around human rights and civilian protection, and the case he describes is extremely distressing and obviously needs full investigation.
Stephen Gethins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, when there is no long-term plan for military intervention, it's the civilian populations who pay the price. We know that from Iraq, Libya and elsewhere. So will she tell me, given the importance of international law that I hope she supports, what are the consequences for Israel for its actions in Lebanon? But more importantly as well, just as importantly, when it comes to Arief Fairford and Diego Garcia, what assurances is she being given that there will be no targeting of civilian targets from those bases? And can she tell the House?
Foreign Secretary.
The UK government continues to follow and be guided by international law. That is an important part of our principles and values. On the issue around RAF Fairford and Diego Garcia, again, there are operational arrangements in place between our military and as part of the agreement that has been reached to use them for defensive purposes.
Kim Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The illegal war started by Israel and the US is shifting focus away from the atrocities that we're seeing happening daily in Gaza and the West Bank. And this morning, I listened to the mother of Hind Rajab. In the week that the film was nominated for an award, her name has become a symbol of strength for the children of Gaza. And investigations have shown that 355 bullet holes were found in the car in which Hind hid with dead members of her family. Overwhelming evidence of the terror she faced while trapped and frightened. So does the Minister agree that the horrendous actions of the IDF in this case, and so many as we've heard today, can only be described as barbaric and inhumane? And can she say what this government is doing to challenge these atrocities and barbaric actions? And is she going to have more to say than just warm words?
Foreign Secretary.
I also heard as part of some deeply distressing interview this morning, and again, it is not only clear that there has to be compliance with international standards, with humanitarian law, with international law, and also full investigations of any violations, but we also have to ensure that there is a peace process that is desperately needed for Gaza and for the West Bank as part of a two-state solution, because only that will deliver peace and respect for human rights across the region.
Kit Malthouse.
Madam Deputy Speaker, one of the most depressing things about the Foreign Secretary's statement is that she seems to have failed to learn from the failure of her predecessors, of both governments who were repeatedly warned that if the violence and cruelty in Gaza were left unchecked, it would spread out across the entire region and possibly consume it in flames. And so we find ourselves in exactly that position. I was very struck by the passage of her statement concerning Lebanon, because it almost completely is the same as passages that were said about Gaza at the start of that conflict. We're very concerned, we're making protests to the Israelis, we're sending some aid, but there's really nothing that we can do. So I have three questions. First of all, we've been supporting the Lebanese armed forces for many years now. So do we believe that the Lebanese have a right to self-defense? And if they do, how are we going to support them in defense of their civilian population? Secondly, what is she going to do to prevent Lebanon becoming a new Gaza, a phrase that has been used by Israeli officials about this conflict? And if she's not willing to do either of those things, how many Lebanese is an acceptable number for us to see killed over the next few weeks?
Well, I would say to the honourable member, it is because of the immense scale of risks and what are already the horrendous humanitarian consequences in Lebanon that I've spoken directly both to the Lebanese Prime Minister and the Israeli Foreign Minister in recent days about exactly this. And it's also why we have identified the interest that has now been shown. It's really important, the steps that the Lebanese government have taken to propose direct talks. It's essential that the Israeli government should support those and take step forward for those instead of taking ground offensive action, and that countries across the world should support that process, because this is should become a diplomatic opportunity in a way that we have not seen before, and it would be devastating if that was thrown away instead by extended conflict and by the Israeli operations that we have previously seen.
Chris Bloor.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I reiterate my thanks to the Foreign Secretary for reconfirming that Britain will make independent foreign policy decisions in the interests of our own people. But can I also ask the Foreign Secretary, I have many of my constituents still stuck in countries in the Middle East and surrounding areas because of the closure of airspace. Some of them are still struggling to gain visa extensions to stay in those countries that they are on holiday in. Can I ask what work she's doing with airlines to make sure that those people can get flights back? For many of them, it has been several weeks now.
Well, I'm happy to pursue those cases further that my honourable friend raises, because the work that's now been done by the 24/7 crisis centre that the Foreign Office set up and by our rapid deployment teams and our consular teams in the region has enabled, we now estimate 100,000 British citizens to return home since the conflict started. Some of that is on additional charter flights that we put on, particularly from Dubai and Muscat. Some of that has also been working closely with the airlines to ensure that there were flights coming back to the UK and that there were routes that British citizens should be able to take. There have been some areas where airspace has been restricted again, where there have been additional problems, but we continue to work with anyone who has still been finding it difficult to return home.
Tom Tugendhat.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I wonder whether, in all of her travels, the Foreign Secretary has been considering the effects on the United Kingdom, not just on the energy prices, but fertilisers, and has she, by any chance, engaged in any conversations with countries like Canada, whose Prime Minister was here, or indeed with the United States, who are some of the world's biggest suppliers of fertilisers? Because while the events continue in the Middle East, there is absolutely no indication that her words are having any effect at all in opening up the Straits of Hormuz. There may be something she can do in order to open up markets that British people can benefit from.
Well, I can in fact confirm I'm seeing the Canadian Foreign Minister later this week. There are many international discussions underway, and one of the things that I discussed actually with the Saudi energy and transport ministers who I met while I was in the Gulf was some of the work that they are doing, for example, to look at rerouting on different commercial routes and so on to ensure that different supply chains can keep moving. He is right that fertiliser is one of the important issues here. Alongside oil has been the focus most people have been talking about, but actually fertiliser is hugely significant for a lot of different areas, and we are continuing to work both across the government and internationally on looking at what routes there might be. But also, bluntly, look, we want this conflict to reach as swift as possible an end so that these global arteries for trade and transport can get moving again.
Melanie Ward.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The government is right not to be drawn into this war and that it needs to end, including with a negotiated agreement. I welcome the Foreign Secretary's comments about the situation in Lebanon, where I used to live and work as an aid worker. Does the Foreign Secretary share my serious concern at the conduct of the Israeli military, with at least 28 attacks on hospitals and health facilities in Lebanon so far, and threats of forced displacement? The tactics they used in Gaza were criminal there and must not be exported with impunity.
Well, my honourable friend is right that the humanitarian consequences of the Israeli operations are extremely serious already. And it's estimated over 800,000 Lebanese civilians have been displaced from their homes. That is already causing emergency problems in terms of shelter. I've discussed this with the UNHCR as well as directly with the Lebanese government, and it is why we are providing £15 million in humanitarian assistance both to Lebanon and to some of the other neighbouring areas in order to support people who are facing displacement.
Liz Saville-Roberts.
It's reported that the UK's National Security Advisor was in the room at Iran-US nuclear talks last month, just before the war began. And it appears that diplomatic options were still viable and that there was no solid evidence of an imminent missile threat to Europe or of Iran obtaining a nuclear weapon. Does she therefore believe that a negotiated path between Iran and the US was still possible at that time? And if so, surely that means that the initial US-Israeli strikes were premature and therefore illegal.
Good question.
Well, the UK did provide support for negotiations and diplomatic processes around the nuclear discussions. We did think that was an important track, and we did want it to continue. That's one of the reasons for the position that we took on the initial US strikes that took place. I think we also need to ensure that as we look forward now, the approach that needs to now not just cover the nuclear, but also the ballistic threats and the drone threats that we have seen to the region, and also the proxy threats and the threats to the Strait of Hormuz as well. But it is central that it is important that we also prevent Iran from getting a nuclear weapon.
Mike Kane.
A former occupant of your chair, Madam Deputy Speaker, Thomas More, once famously said, when you cut down the laws to defeat the devil, you are defenceless when the winds turn against you. But in conflict, the enemy always has a vote, and Iran has chosen to restrict the Straits of Hormuz. Does the Secretary of State agree that we need to get back to a rules-based order, and the United Nations Convention of the Law of the Sea should make it clear to Iran that firing upon defenceless maritime vessels is wrong, restricting passage in international waters is wrong, and this provides us an opportunity for a way forward?
Well, I agree with my honourable friend about the importance of the maritime law, the importance of freedom of navigation, the law of the sea. These are fundamental principles. It's why the UK, as an international trading nation, has long supported these fundamental international principles. I can also say it's one of the reasons why we have also supported the Bahrain Security Council resolution, and we were one of the co-sponsors of that because we also see that as the UN Charter as being part of the underpinnings of international law.
Lincoln Job.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Foreign Secretary for her statement, although I am slightly struggling to see what it adds to the statement with the answer to the urgent question we had yesterday, but it's always nice to see the Foreign Secretary. When the Foreign Secretary asks the US government to de-escalate, what do they say in response?
Well, we have long been clear that ultimately we need the swift resolution to this conflict. We are providing the basing support for the US to be able to take defensive action against the military launchers and the weapons that are being pointed at the Gulf, and also providing broader defensive support. But as the Prime Minister has said yesterday, we need the swift resolution, and we also know that as the conflict ends, we are going to need a negotiated settlement for the future, which also prevents Iran being able to rearm and to pose an ongoing threat for the future to the region and beyond. That is the best way to get stability and security in the UK national interest.
Sarah Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. While this war of choice is raging, Netanyahu's forces have been murdering innocent Palestinians, men, women and disabled children in the West Bank. So what further action will the Foreign Secretary take to stop Israel repeating what happened in Gaza, in the West Bank, and also with what's happening in Lebanon as well?
Well, I think, as I set out in our concerns on Lebanon, where we are urging the Israeli government not to pursue the further ground operations and instead to pursue the opportunity of the talks and the shared interest with the Lebanese government, who we continue to support as well. And we have raised our deep concerns and condemned some of the decisions made by the Israeli Security Cabinet in the West Bank, because this is actually at risk of setting back the potential for peace and the potential for the two-state solution that the Gaza peace process should have been an opportunity to move towards, and we cannot let that process fall off track.
Ellie Chams.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
In the Foreign Secretary's statement, all 6 pages of it, there was not a single word of criticism of the illegal, reckless action of Trump and Netanyahu in launching strikes that have set off this conflagration in the Middle East. If the Foreign Secretary is not prepared even to criticise that, what hope can the British people have that the UK government is standing up to the aggression of Trump and Netanyahu behind closed doors? Can the Foreign Secretary assure us that she and her government are showing more backbone behind those closed doors? And can she assure us that she is investing in building a special relationship with allies we can really rely on, who believe in human rights and diplomacy and peace?
Good question.
Well, what I would say to the honourable member is this government takes decisions according to UK values and UK's interests. And I know that there are different perspectives on foreign policy. There are some who believe that we should agree to everything that the US does and we should join in everything that the US does. There are some who believe that we should always criticise everything that the US does and oppose everything that the US does. We believe that what is in the interests of the UK and people across the UK is to pursue UK values and UK interests in a hard-headed and serious, calm-headed way.
John Grady. Madam Deputy Speaker, and I pay tribute to the staff at British embassies in Doha and across the Middle East for their professional work in incredibly challenging circumstances. On a separate note, the economic crisis flowing from this war will have a disastrous effect on the poorest countries in the world, plunging people into deeper poverty and, in fact, leading to an increased risk of conflict. Would my right honourable friend explain to me what her department is doing with international allies to mitigate those risks?
Well, I can say to the honourable member we have been monitoring and assessing the impact of particularly the closing or the restrictions on the Strait of Hormuz and the restrictions around oil and fertiliser. And we have been looking at the impact that that can have, not just on the UK, but also on some of the most fragile and vulnerable countries across the world. So we are monitoring that. We are looking at how we work with other countries in order to address that, and happy to provide him with more information because we have been considering it.
Simon Hall.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In June of last year, Mr Trump told the world that the Iranian nuclear sites had been, and I quote, completely destroyed. The last few weeks would prove that they didn't believe that to be true. Last week, the President told the world that the war was nearly completely won and he needed no help. He said in recent months that NATO is useless. He now appears to need both help and NATO. Would the Foreign Secretary agree with me, and I believe many in the House, that the President himself is becoming an increasingly unreliable and erratic ally and partner, and therefore the UK is right to be strategically questioning and sceptical about both his pronouncements and his motives? But could I also echo what many people across the House have said, that whilst we remain sceptical and questioning, that should not be an excuse for sitting idly by, wringing our hands with earnest words but no action, in support of humanitarian aid and safeguarding the safety and the lives of ordinary Lebanese and Palestinians and the West Bank, because to sit and do nothing is as culpable as the guilty.
We say to the honourable member that our relationship with the US on security, on the economy, is very long and deep and long-standing. And I think I was first briefed on our security cooperation as a member of the Intelligence and Security Committee more than 25 years ago. It has strengthened and deepened since. And our focus needs to be on the substance of that relationship and the real issues, not on rhetoric or statements. I think that is immensely important. And it is because we take seriously the humanitarian issues that we are now providing 15 million of humanitarian support for Lebanon and raising the issue of Lebanon, not just with the Israeli government and talking to the Lebanese Prime Minister, but also raising it with the US, with European partners and other Gulf partners as well.
Laura Kirk-Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the Foreign Secretary for her statement, in particular for her commitment to Lebanon, who did not want this war any more than we do. Others have also noted that while the world is focused elsewhere in the Middle East, Israeli forces have stepped up their deadly attacks on Palestinians in the West Bank.
That's right.
The accounts of the killing of the Bani Odeh family in the village of Tamun are utterly harrowing. One witness described to the BBC the little kids crying before they were killed in their car on the way back from their family shopping trip. So can the Foreign Secretary reassure me that she will keep calling out these crimes and make clear to the government of Israel that it cannot continue?
Can I agree with my honourable friend that we've seen these very deeply disturbing reports. This also, though, comes also against a backdrop in which there has been not just increased settler violence, but also settlement expansion and the decision of the Israeli Security Council to extend control over the West Bank in a way that we strongly condemn. It is deeply damaging, goes against all of the long-standing international agreements and arrangements, and also is counterproductive and sets back a process of peace and the two-state solution.
Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In this overarching statement on the Middle East by the Foreign Secretary, it's surprising she didn't take the opportunity to condemn the continuing genocide in Gaza, the brutality of the occupation of the West Bank, the destruction of Palestinian villages there, and the invasion of Lebanon by Israel, and the continued supply of British weapons. Trump has declared war on Iran without any war objective or war plan. We are involved in that. And can she end this nonsense about whether we're sending defensive or offensive strikes from this country? The reality is, if a bomber takes off from RAF Fairford and bombs civilian targets in Iran, we are involved in that act of aggression against the people of Iran. Shouldn't we join Spain and say no to the USA?
Well, I'll just say to the honourable member, we have taken a different approach to the US and to Israel over this conflict. And that's been important and guided by our principles and also our assessment of the UK's national interest. But I would also say to him that with strikes, Iranian strikes, airstrikes against our partner countries, against countries that were not involved in those initial strikes, and also countries where 300,000 British citizens were either visiting or resident, and where we've seen strikes on hotels as well as strikes on energy and civilian infrastructure. Were there to be a strike against those hotels and things in places across the Gulf, and the UK had done nothing when we have the ability to take out the missiles and the drones that are in the air, I think people would not have found that extremely difficult to understand.
Jonathan Davis.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the Foreign Secretary for a wide-ranging statement, including the support that she outlined to protect British nationals in the region, to ensure that humanitarian aid is getting into Lebanon, and also for the efforts which are going towards ensuring that British consumers with heating oil are protected from price rises. There's over 1,500 properties in my constituency dependent on that. But can I ask her specifically about Iran? Iran has been a threat to the UK, around the world, to many of our partners, a destabilising force directly and through its proxies for very many decades. So is it her assessment now that whatever the circumstances of how this war came about, that we have an opportunity to permanently de-escalate and neutralise that threat so that the whole world can benefit from a more peaceful circumstances without Iran?
Iran has continued to be a long-standing threat to international security through its attempts to develop a nuclear program, through regional security, through its proxies and its ballistic missiles program, but also to its own people from some of the brutal repression that we have seen. It is important, it will be important, as this conflict subsides and as we come out of it, that there is a medium and long-term containment plan to prevent the threats in all of these different areas from Iran to its neighbours, so that we cannot see this kind of threat again.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In answer to an earlier question, the Foreign Secretary absolutely and quite rightly said that Ukraine's security is our security. But in the answer to the last question, she equally set out why the current regime in Iran is a threat to our security, both through the proliferation of a level of enriched uranium to make a nuclear weapon, and the IRGC, who not only slaughter thousands in Iran, but plots have been foiled on our own soil. So, in one sense, it's all very well the Foreign Secretary saying she wants to see a swift resolution to this, but when diplomacy so far has failed, and the government won't join our allies in the attacks at the moment, how does she think this is going to end?
Well, I would just say to him, I think that when there are important decisions to be made about UK forces, about operations that they might be a part of, it is immensely important to look at issues around whether there is a purpose, whether there is a clear structure to the operations, about whether there is a lawful basis for operations, and also whether they are in UK interest as well. We will continue to work with our Gulf partners, with European partners, with allies and partners across the world on how we together maintain the pressure for a swift resolution of this that can restore security to the region, but also can ensure that we have the economic prosperity as well as the national security protected.
Patricia Ferguson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Foreign Secretary for her statement today. And it was reassuring to hear her say that we will not be outsourcing our foreign policy, something I think we should all agree with. But I wonder if she is confident that the United States properly understands that not only have their actions in the Middle East made peace in Palestine much more difficult to achieve, but that they have also, by their actions, provided cover to Israel for its ongoing offensive in Palestine and for its aggression against Lebanon.
Well, I think because the regional stability and security issues around the Middle East have so much wider ramifications as well, I think some of the Gulf countries, for example, that I have spoken to are immensely seized around the issues of the Iranian threat and their direct threat to their airspace, to their communities, but they are also raising with me and discussing the issues around Palestine, around Gaza as well, and around the Lebanon too, because this ought to be a moment for intense international diplomacy in support of regional security and not to allow the wider escalation and regional threat that would pose long-term instability for the region.
Ayub Khan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The one thing Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu knew full well when they entered this illegal war unilaterally was that the Strait of Hormuz would be a place of strategic weaponry, if you want to call it that, for Iran to use against all of the nations. Some European countries have unilaterally now decided to open negotiations with Iran, France, Italy, and they've done that because they are not participating in any direct military action. So my question for the Foreign Secretary is that if the Iranians said that we would allow UK ships to pass through the Strait of Hormuz, but you must prevent Americans from using your base, would we comply?
Well, I can say to him we are working very closely with our European allies, including France, Germany and Italy, on a range of these issues, and I don't think his characterisation of the situation is right.
John Slinger.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to express my sorrow at the death and suffering of civilians wherever that is happening in the region. I commend the Foreign Secretary and the Prime Minister for their calm and principled approach to this crisis, which is rooted in respect for international law. And I wonder whether the Foreign Secretary could expand a little on efforts she and the Prime Minister and our allies are taking to de-escalate this conflict and seek a diplomatic solution, which will put the interests of those civilians front and foremost of our minds. We hear far too much about regimes and actors in this region. We need to hear more about the rights of civilians.
Well, my honourable friend is right that at every stage we have been urging the protection of civilians. That is immensely important as part of this, and is also why we need to work so immensely hard to prevent further escalation. It's one of the issues we have been particularly raising around Lebanon, where I am concerned that we are on the brink of what could be much greater devastating humanitarian consequences, and is also why we have been looking forward to what a diplomatic process could be and what a settlement process could be that could prevent Iran from posing a threat in future.
Thank you,
Madam Deputy Speaker. The morning after the drone attack on RAF Akrotiri, the Foreign Secretary on the media round stated that the drone had struck the runway at RAF Akrotiri. I clarified that with the Ministry of Defence, who then went on to confirm that it in fact struck the hangar. The hangar in question was widely reported in the media as containing the U-2 spy planes of Detachment 1 of the US Air Force's 9th Operations Group, who are tasked with flying intelligence, surveillance and reconnaissance missions over the Middle East. To that extent, given that the Foreign Secretary stated that Cyprus is not being used in those US operations, could you just clarify once and for all and unequivocally whether Operation Olive Harvest is being used by the US to fly reconnaissance over the Middle East in defensive support of these US operations? And if she's sure that it is, or sure that it isn't rather, could she just confirm what conversation she's had with the US that make her come to that assessment?
So the honourable member is right about the strike around the hangar as well, and the request that we had from the US to provide basing support for the operations against the ballistic missiles. That was a request for RAF Fairford and Diego Garcia. The agreement that we have reached to provide that basing support is confined to RAF Fairford and Diego Garcia.
Dr. Al Pinkerton.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think it's abundantly clear to any fair-minded geopolitical observer that the US-Israeli actions in Iran were commenced without the cover of law and without a plan that would follow the initial impulse of kinetic violence. But it's equally clear that the United Kingdom was caught short in our responsiveness and our preparedness, particularly in relation to the island of Cyprus, where, following the drone attack on that particular hangar, the Cypriot government have expressed disappointment in the UK, and the Cypriot Foreign Secretary has openly speculated about the future of our sovereign base areas. So can I ask the Foreign Secretary, what work has she done or her ministerial colleagues done to repair the damage with Cyprus, which is, after all, an incredibly valuable diplomatic and defence ally?
Well, it is because the regional instability had increased the early part of this year that since January we have been pre-deploying additional jets to Cyprus, to the sovereign base, exactly to provide additional protection for Cyprus, and including additional air defence and radar capabilities as well, because we took that issue very seriously, and we continue to do so as well. I have spoken to the Cypriot Foreign Minister on a series of occasions, and as he will know, the Defence Secretary has also visited not just the sovereign base in Cyprus, but also spoken to and met with the Cypriot government as well. We take our partnership with the Cypriot government immensely seriously, and also the defence of operations around Cyprus and the Eastern Mediterranean.
Shortcut, Adam.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I think everybody in this chamber now would agree, well, I hope they would do, including the government's official opposition, that Donald Trump had absolutely no plan when he agreed to this illegal invasion of Iran along with Israel. With over 1,500 people killed and 20,000 injured, and with their first action being bombing a school, killing over 160 school children, mainly girls. With the whole region now in flames, and with the obstruction of the Strait of Hormuz causing affecting the global economy, does the Minister agree with me that no UK warship should join this illegal war, nor shall there be boots on the ground to essentially deflect from what is Trump's Operation Epstein Fury?
Well, we took a different view from the US on this conflict. We also think it is right to provide defensive support to partners in the region who were never involved in the initial strikes and who are being targeted by the Iranian regime now. We want to see a swift resolution of this because that is in the interests of the region and in the interests of the UK.
Jim Allister.
I wholly appreciate that none of this is of our making or of our choice. But when the Foreign Secretary says that Iran's actions in the Straits of Hormuz is an attempt to hijack the world economy, doesn't that put a very direct focus on what is in the United Kingdom's national interest? If we take no action, we assist Iran's attempt to hijack the global economy. If we take action, aren't we inescapably in this war?
Well, it's exactly because the Strait of Hormuz is an important global artery for the economy, for the global economy, that we are working internationally with partners on a way forward on this. But it's also because we recognise the complexity of this, that we are taking a serious approach to the detail of this issue to make sure that we have partnership work that is in the UK national interest and that is viable and effective, because the complexity of this means we cannot afford to get it wrong.
Can I thank the Foreign Secretary for her statement this afternoon? I will allow a couple of moments for the front benches to swap over. Brings us to a statement on youth unemployment. Secretary of State Pat McFadden.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to make a statement on a new package of support to tackle the long-term problem of youth unemployment. And let me begin today by wishing you and the whole House a very happy St Patrick's Day, which this year, due to Lenten abstinence, I will toast with Guinness Zero, one of the world's great inventions. The UK has historically high levels of employment overall. In their most recent report, the OBR said that the employment level would rise from 2026 in every year of the forecast, and that unemployment would peak this year and fall in every year of the forecast after that. There are, in fact, only 2 peacetime years in the past 150 when the employment rate has been higher than 2025. But there is a particular and long-term issue facing the young. And it is time that young people were offered more hope and opportunity, and that is what the package that we are bringing forward will do. The number of young people not in education, employment or training is much too high at almost 1 million. Now, the party opposite tries to claim that this is all a result of decisions taken over the past 2 years. But the truth is, we just heard them claiming it right there. But the truth is that the number of young people not in employment, education or training rose by 250,000 in the 3 years running up to the last election, and they did precisely nothing about it. Youth unemployment has been rising since 2022, and in their whole 14 years in power, youth employment levels never reached their pre-financial crash levels in any single year in which they held office. So not only that, but the party opposite also kicked away the ladder of opportunity from young people when they presided over a shocking 40% fall in youth apprenticeship starts over the past decade. So the problem The problem is long-term and deep-rooted, and we are going to back young people with more youth apprenticeships, more chance of getting a job, and more help in overcoming the challenges that they face. We've already announced a youth guarantee to help the young unemployed. That involves intensive work coaching, 300,000 work experience and training places, and subsidised work for the long-term unemployed aged 18 to 21. But now we are going much further with an explicitly pro-young people package aimed at helping them learn and earn. From this summer, we will introduce hiring bonuses for businesses if they hire a young person who's been out of work for 6 months. This bonus will be worth £3,000 per young person. There will also be bonuses of £2,000 for small and medium-sized businesses hiring young apprentices. And both of these bonuses can be combined if the young person hired has been out of work for 6 months or more. What a contrast to the record of the party opposite on apprenticeships, which was to take away opportunity from young people. And we're introducing, they don't like to hear it, but I am going to continue, and we are introducing new foundation apprenticeships in retail and hospitality, new short courses in AI, electric vehicle charging point installation, electric fitting and assembly, mechanical fitting and assembly, modular building, solar PV installation and welding, the skills that young people need for the future. And on top of that, the jobs guarantee, which we previously announced for the long-term unemployed, will be extended to those aged 22 to 24. And those young people will get 6 months of paid work at 25 hours a week at minimum wage rates. Altogether, this will create some 200,000 job and apprenticeship opportunities over the next 3 years. This is our new deal for new times, offering new hope to the young people so often disparaged by the party opposite as shirkers and scroungers. Well, our message to young people is different. It is that we back you, we believe in you, and we want you to succeed. And the package I've announced today is new investment of about £1 billion. And it comes on top of the funding that we announced at the budget. Taken together, this is a package of support for young people worth around £2.5 billion. And the existing exemption from employers' national insurance contributions for workers under 21 will stay in place. This is a package which is not just pro-young people, but pro-business too. And that's why I welcome the Federation of Small Business comment that says this is a game changer and a decisive move forward. They rightly describe the package as pro-jobs and pro-opportunity. And it has also been welcomed by large employers like Amazon, Kia Group and PwC. And the welcome for this goes beyond business, because we know that a lot of young people face challenges in the labour market. And the Chief Executive of Mental Health UK, Brian Dow, said this will, and I quote, "support young people to be ready for work and help organisations large and small to capitalise on the skills, talents and enthusiasm that young people have to offer." And on top of the package, there is an urgency in offering help to young people now, because with technological change and demographic change, they need our help, and we cannot afford to lose their talent and energy. So this is not just about young people, but it's about their parents and grandparents too. This is a generational challenge, because who doesn't want their child or grandchild to have a better chance in life? And that is why investment in the young is a bond between the generations. It's an act of solidarity which is in the interest of the whole country, because the scarring effects of prolonged periods out of work when you're young can stay with you for the rest of your life. A young person under the age of 25 on the health element of universal credit is now less likely to get a job than someone over 55 on the same benefit. And we have to act to change this. And Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm often asked, so when will you do welfare reform? Well, let me tell the House, this is welfare reform. Putting work and opportunity at the heart of our system is the best reform we can make. Asking not just what are you entitled to, but how can we help you change your life is the change that the system needs. And it is that view which lies behind the changes that I'm announcing with this package, and I commend this statement to the House.
Shadow Secretary of State Helen Whiteley.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The government has lost control of welfare. The benefits bill is ballooning. Sickness benefits alone will cost us £109 billion by the end of the decade. Working age benefits are costing £161 billion right now and rising. But instead of bringing forward welfare savings, Labour MPs have chosen to spend ever more on benefits. Just the other day, they backed an extra £3 billion spending on scrapping the two-child benefit cap. All paid for in the same way. Paid for by taxpayers, by hard-working people, by the businesses who employ them. First they tax jobs, and then they wonder why there are fewer of them. Let me tell them, if you tax it, you get less of it.
Exactly.
Under Labour, unemployment has gone up month after month. Youth unemployment now rivals Greece at over 16%. That's 1 in 6 young people out of work, wanting unemployment but denied the chance. And a university degree won't save them either. 700,000 graduates are out of work and nearly 1 million young people are not in education, employment or training. So many young people have done everything asked of them, studied hard, done their exams, got their grades, but now they are getting rejection after rejection to their job applications. This government is letting down a whole generation. And the Secretary of State knows it. He said so himself this week on the radio. He talked about the scarring effects of youth unemployment, worse mental health, worse outcomes, even lower life expectancy. On that he's right. So why is his government making it so much worse? Because let's be clear about what this new policy is. It is not a jobs plan or a serious new deal for young people. It is a sticking plaster and an expensive one, costing over £1 billion. State subsidised jobs to replace the real ones that Labour have killed.
Exactly.
Now, the Secretary of State has laid into our record on apprenticeships, but he knows perfectly well that the drop he refers to happened because we raised the standards of apprenticeships to make them a qualification that would actually count and to make them a meaningful alternative to university, not just a way for businesses to get cheaper workers. So I warn him in his reforms not just to chase higher numbers, quality matters. And why are they doing nothing about dead-end degrees and mounting student debt? Why not adopt our policy of cutting back on low-value degrees and use that saving to increase apprenticeships, the policy we have announced? But no, this government's answer is to just go back cap in hand to the taxpayer. Now, at the end of his statement, the right honourable gentleman talked about welfare reform. But why do we never hear the important word savings?
Yes.
I think we know why. They tried and failed to make welfare savings last summer. What's changed since then? The Prime Minister is only weaker and more indecisive, though the problem becomes ever more urgent. Today's PIP figures show that claims are up again. There are over 300,000 more people on PIP since Labour took over, a rise of 9%, and young people claiming PIP has risen by 14%. There are nearly 100,000 more people claiming benefits for mental health and neurodiversity. I've been clear, this can't go on. Benefits are not the right answer. Work is better for you. People who can work should work. Now, the Secretary of State needs to answer some questions. This extra billion he's just announced for state-funded jobs, where exactly is that money coming from? Will this latest plan actually bring down youth unemployment? And by how much? Will it even touch the sides? How will he stop fraudulent claims on this cash? How will he make sure that no one actually loses their job because of his cash handouts? How will he make sure all this spending actually makes a difference rather than subsidising employment that would have happened anyway? And does he accept that taxing jobs on the one hand and then subsidising them on the other is not an economic strategy? It's the economics of the madhouse. And finally, on the benefits bill, can he at least agree with me that the benefits bill needs to come down? Perhaps he could take the chance of using the word savings. Does he see the irony, feel my déjà vu of another plan for welfare reform from his party that actually spends more money rather than saves it? When will he bring forward a plan which will actually bring down the benefits bill? And when he talks about welfare reform, is this it?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. A statement from the Honourable Lady that I fear was written without listening to a word that was in the statement that we put forward. What she has confirmed today is that the party opposite not only bequeathed us the problem, but that they have learnt nothing about how to tackle it. No statement of responsibility, no statement of regret, no apology for the record on youth apprenticeships. In fact, she defended cutting the youth apprenticeship starts, just a continued pretence that somehow all of this just started 2 years ago. She asks where the funding comes from to help young people. The funding comes from stable management of the economy, something that they know nothing about and something that we have practiced for the past 2 years. And young people to whom all of this is aimed, will have heard her today disparage efforts to get them into work and to give them more opportunity. They will have heard her dismiss our changes to boost youth apprenticeships. They will have heard her pretend that you can somehow wish all this away with tax changes, proving they've learnt nothing from their disastrous management of the economy. They will have heard her say that this doesn't offer young people anything, when we have announced a plan to give young people a new deal with more jobs and more apprenticeships, and that is the difference between our approach and theirs. I want to give young people in this country opportunities to get skills, to get a job, to get off benefits and to build a better life for themselves. That is much better than kicking the ladder away and leaving the system unchanged, which is what they did. So how does she explain that the number of NEETs rose by 250,000 in the last 3 years in which they were in power? How does she explain their lack of action in dealing with this? And when it comes to welfare, what I have said today is very clear and very simple, that the best means of welfare reform is to put work and opportunity at the heart of the system, and that is what we're doing with this plan.
David Baines.
Deputy Speaker. Young people often get unfairly criticised, and it's worth remembering that the vast majority of them are in employment, education or training, and those that aren't deserve our support and opportunity, not condemnation and ignorance, which is all we got from the Conservatives in government and all we've heard from them today. Will the Secretary of State agree with me that the number of young people not in employment, education and training is a scandal? It demands action, and can he set out how this new investment will support young people in St Helens North and across the country?
I thank my honourable friend for his question. He said young people deserve support. I do believe that with the right support, young people do want to work. They do want to make the most of their lives. And when he asked how people in his constituency will be helped, they could be helped through the hiring incentives I've announced. They could be helped through the hiring bonuses for small and medium-sized businesses to hire a young apprentice. And the young unemployed in his constituency can be helped by us offering hope to make sure that they get the chance and the sense of pride and purpose and dignity that comes with having a job.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Steve Darling.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And the Secretary of State is correct to suggest that they inherited a crisis around youth unemployment. However, by introducing the national insurance hikes, I would suggest that they made a crisis into a catastrophe for young people and supercharged the pressures on our youth across the United Kingdom. So effectively, the proposals before us today, rather than tackling the now root of the problem, which is the NIC hike. It's just papering over the cracks. And I would like to pay tribute to organisations that get young people in the right place, because I know the childhood that many young people who are coming through the system now is massively different to many of ours experience of childhood that we grew up some years ago. And I'd like to pay tribute to organisations like Eat That Frog, Doorstep Arts, Sound Communities and South Devon College, who do incredible work, helping young people who've come through the pandemic, helping young people who've got that pressure cooker of social media gnawing away at their lives, but also having the cost of living crisis gnawing away at them. And there is an element to this that I and Liberal Democrat colleagues are concerned about and really don't understand, and that is the removal of funding for apprenticeships for management. Because surely those managers are the people who are there to support these young people in their hour of need as they go into work, but also it's an aspiration for those young people to move on to those positions eventually. So I would say to the Secretary of State, can you please think again about the impact of the National Insurance hike on our hospitality, our retail and our tourism industry in areas like mine in Torbay? And I was really interested to hear the Secretary of State on Monday on the Today Show, where he was challenged, and it appeared that the presenter suggested to him that the NIC hike had jacked up youth unemployment, and the Secretary appeared to agree to this. But finally, I would also highlight a Times article that suggests that the government are thinking of making young people second-class citizens by changing to disability benefits, and some comments from the Secretary of State would be welcome. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and let me thank the honourable gentleman for his questions. He opposes the changes we made on national insurance, but he neglects to mention that there are no employers' national insurance contributions required for employees under the age of 21 unless they're earning more than £50,000 a year. He also, of course, opposes these changes while supporting extra expenditure on the NHS. And I said to him a few times, if his party wants to support extra expenditure, then they really have to support revenue-raising measures to fund that extra expenditure. So young people will have heard him dismiss these changes today, and in fact, they will have heard him say that when asked to choose between management courses or young people, he would choose management courses. That is now the established position of the party opposite. I think many people would be surprised to hear that in some years, most apprenticeship expenditure goes on those over the age of 25 who are already in work. We have made a choice. We have chosen young people. We've done it for good reasons. We've done it because of the scarring effects of youth unemployment, which I set out in my statement, and we now have on record both the Conservative Party and the Liberal Democrats opposed to our prioritisation of young people.
Rushnara Ali. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome this excellent initiative with the backing of £2.5 billion of investment, and commend the Secretary of State for trying to get a grip on the scourge of youth unemployment. We saw in the previous government a generation lost because of the failures of supporting young people. Can I ask the Secretary of State what he will do to support disabled young people because of the backlog and delays with access to work support, which is a real issue? And can he say more about what charities and social enterprises can do and how they'll be supported, as well as the public sector, to get more young people who are needs into work?
I thank my honourable friend for her question. She asked about disabled young people. I think it's really important that we get more help and support to disabled people who in the past were too often signed off and written off and forgotten about, and that is not good enough. It's not good enough for them. It's not good enough for the country as a whole. We have the Connect to Work programme, which is devolved to elected mayors and local authorities, which is helping disabled people. We have the Work Well programme, which seeks to get over that divide between health advice and employment advice. She's right, there are issues with access to work. It's a really good programme. There's a backlog, which I want to see reduced, because it's a really important programme to help disabled people get into work and stay in work.
Joy Morrissey.
Deputy Speaker, the national insurance tax rise and the upcoming employment rights bills are just two of the reasons that businesses are on their knees. And I welcome the government's youth guarantee, but how can the government guarantee jobs when there won't be any businesses to be giving those jobs to?
Well, I welcome her welcome of the youth guarantee. And perhaps she might have a word with her front bench colleague, because we didn't get a welcome for this from the front bench. She asked about national insurance, but the problem is not new. What is new is the package of help for young people that I've announced today.
Catherine McKinnell.
And I refer members to my register of interest, and as co-chair of the all-party group on youth employment, I welcome the statement today on these new measures. Members will know Newcastle is home to the country's best retail and hospitality offer, and I know many businesses will welcome the support for employing young people. But could the Secretary of State set out how his department is working to ensure the balance between fairness in the administrative processes do not create any burden for small and medium-sized businesses to access this support?
I welcome my honourable friend's question, and of course her praise for the great city of Newcastle, which I'm sure we would all echo. On small and medium-sized businesses, she's right, we need to make sure that these systems are as easy to use as possible. There is a real direction of help here to small and medium-sized businesses in this package, particularly with the hiring bonus for young apprentices, and that is perhaps why the Federation of Small Businesses have described this programme as a game changer and a decisive move forward.
Peter Bedford.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is a socialist economic statement. If it moves, they tax it. If it keeps moving, they regulate it, and if it stops moving, they subsidise it. So will the Secretary of State accept that his national insurance rises, the changes to business rates, and the Unemployment Rights Act has contributed to the hostile environment to employing young people?
Secretary of State.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm not sure whether his description of this statement will do me good or harm among my honourable and right honourable colleagues. But once again, he makes the mistake of assuming that this problem is something that only happened in the last 18 months. And that is where the party opposite is going wrong. It is a long-term and deep-rooted problem, and we do need a different approach to tackle it. And that is why I think we need to offer the hiring bonuses to businesses, and we need to redirect the apprenticeship system to help young people, precisely because of the long-term scarring effects of young people being out of a job for any length of time when they are young, worse mental health, worse physical health, and in some cases even lower life expectancy than their peers in work. And it's because of our concern with that that we brought this package forward today.
Oliver Ryan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm glad to hear that the employer NI exemption for staff under 21 is staying in place, and this new £3,000 hiring bonus for businesses to take on young people will make a real difference. How will he make sure this is taken up by businesses and young people in Burnley, Padiham and Briarfield? And does he agree with me that the 40% drop that we saw in youth apprenticeships seen under the 14 years of the Tories and the million young people left on NEET, left so many without the opportunities and future life expectancies that they deserve?
Minister.
Well, we heard the 40% drop in youth apprenticeship starts defended by the party opposite today. That is on the record. If they want to defend and own that record, then so be it. But we would like to prioritise opportunities for young people, which is what we do with this package today. And I think there's a lot in it for employers in Burnley and for small and medium-sized businesses who now have a new financial incentive to give a young person that vital start in life, which can set them on a path of pride and purpose and dignity, which is what having a job gives you.
John Milne.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Government wants to cut funding for Level 7 apprenticeships and redirect resources at younger groups. But bodies such as the Royal Institute of British Architects tell me that young people are unlikely to enter professional training in the construction sector because funding is going to be withdrawn at the later, more expensive stages of their training pipeline. So would the Secretary of State accept that a one-size-fits-all, generalised 22-year-old cut-off point just doesn't work for industries that have a longer training period.
State.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, once again, the party opposite there speaks against the prioritisation of youth. Look, we are for training throughout the system and throughout the age range. But with a public budget, we have to make a decision about where to prioritise it. And I have unashamedly made the decision to prioritise young people, and I think that is the right thing to do.
Jim McMahon.
Thank you. A happy St Patrick's Day to the House and to all across the country. He is absolutely committed to this agenda, and it comes across not just in his words but also the action that has now been announced today. But can I just highlight the vacancy period for apprenticeships, because only 16% of vacancies in England are advertised in the 2 months where young people are leaving school and going into the summer half term. That means for many they're waiting months and months and months even to get the opportunity to apply for an apprentice, and that is contributing to the NEET figures that he cares so passionately about. So can we address this at least in the public sector so that most apprenticeships are advertised when young people are finishing their exams and leaving school?
Secretary of State.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, let me return happy St Patrick's Day greetings to my honourable friend. He makes an absolutely vital point about information. When I talk to young people, they tell me when they're at school, there's a lot of information about how to apply for a university course, and that's great. That is great. It's a great route for young people. But the information on how to apply for an apprenticeship is not as clear. It is not as readily available to young people, and it's not as much a part of the preparation process that many schools put young people through. So I think there is a job of work to be done on information, because we want the clearest, most user-friendly information possible available to young people and their parents when making such a vital decision about their future.
Sir Ian Duncan-Smith.
Madam Deputy Speaker, say to the honourable gentleman I've known for a long time, with a lot of respect for him and his position he's in. The key thing here, though, as I observe it, is one of the big problems is the competition between younger people with no experience and older people. Now, he's focusing on younger people, and one of the things that we learnt the hard way in this was that you have to do something that moves older people through the system faster as well. We put up the work programme at the time, which didn't cost the government any money because it was payment by results. And I suggest when he goes back to the DW, he has a look at that. That's focused on the longer-term older people. That moves them through the jobs. The second point is the criticism of national insurance. It's not his decision. I recognise this. It comes from the Treasury. Endlessly, you will have disputes with the Treasury. But the Treasury, in lowering that threshold, yes, it doesn't apply to those under 21, but what it does do, put a block in the system, because then the risks to those who want to hire the younger people are at the same time blocking off older people coming into work for that same reason. And I would suggest to him, he says, let's do a proper setup so we understand we've got to get the older people into work and the younger people, not just the younger people.
Secretary of State.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I have a lot of respect for the right honourable gentleman. I walk past his picture every morning. He was responsible for a major reform to the welfare system with the introduction of universal credit. But after that, his party stopped reforming the system, and that we are seeing the costs of that, particularly with what's happened in the last few years. On the work programme, I'm of course happy to look at any successful programme to help people into work. We have more than one of these in the department, and they should all be evaluated. And the point he makes that's important is you do need to get support to people to overcome some of the barriers to get into work. With regard to national insurance, as I've said, of course, all these things are costs for business, but this isn't a new problem. This is a deep-rooted, long-term problem, and we need new answers to it, and that's why I brought forward the package I have today.
Rosie Wrighting.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My generation faced deep generational inequalities over the last decade. That didn't happen by accident. It was the result of years of decision-making where the party opposite chose austerity over investment into the future generation. Nowhere is that clearer than the fact that 1 in 8 young people are not in education, employment or work, a generation lost. So what steps is the Secretary of State taking to ensure his department and the government is hearing directly from young people so we can fully understand the barriers they face when entering work?
Secretary of State.
I thank my honourable friend for her question. She's right that a ratio of 1 in 8 is too high. It grew a lot in the last few years, and she asks about discussions with young people themselves, and I think she makes a really important point, because when I talk to young people, they tell me they want to work. They want to make the most of themselves. They just need a platform that will help them. And in every part of the programme that we brought forward today, whether it's the apprenticeship changes, the help for the long-term young unemployed, the short apprenticeship courses, or the hiring bonus themselves, the motivation that I've had is to give young people that platform upon which to stand and take the next step in their lives.
Adam Dance.
Madam Deputy Speaker, people with SEND are more likely not to be in employment or training. It is great that new apprenticeship incentives will include recruitment for 19 to 24-year-olds with EHCPs, but the majority of people with SEND leave school without one. So can the Secretary of State set out what specialised support will be on offer to young people with SEND without EHCPs looking for work or apprenticeships, as well as what new guidance employers will get?
Secretary of State.
Well, the honourable member raises an important point, which is that the issue of youth inactivity does not start at the age of 16. It often starts well before that. So the reforms to the SEND system announced by my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Education, very recently, are really important in this regard. And we want the maximum opportunity for people. And the last thing that we want is for people with special educational needs to be written off from the labour market. I think there has been too much of that in the past. And part of this package that I've outlined today is not just to help people into work and then forget about them, but actually to support them once they're in a job so that we can get job retention and give that young person the maximum chance of success.
Dan Carden.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Youth unemployment and the number of people not in education, training or employment hitting 1 million has been following that trajectory for a long time, and it is a global phenomenon. And I'm really delighted that the Secretary of State has stood up today and says that a Labour government is determined to intervene and to do something about that. Can I ask him how he plans to measure the success of this and how he thinks that government and our education and work system need to be more agile with the onset of AI technology?
Secretary of State.
I thank my honourable friend for his question. I know he takes a deep interest in this. I think there is an urgency in the need to help young people with the technological change that's taking place in the labour market. This is not just a British phenomenon. If you look at United States, graduate unemployment went up from 5.3% to 5.7% in the final quarter of last year. Last summer, youth unemployment in the United States reached a 4-year high. We have got to be less insular in our debate and understand that young people are facing particular challenges, which is why, for example, the different apprenticeship courses that I outlined in my statement are really important to train young people to cope with a different technological environment and make sure we give them the maximum chances of success.
Simon Hall.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, it frankly beggars belief that the right honourable gentleman doesn't understand the impact that the government's policies on business, on tax and on regulation have had on the confidence of businesses up and down the country to invest and to employ. There is a direct causal link, and nobody will understand why the Secretary of State doesn't make that link and persuade the Treasury to do something about it. But my direct question to the Secretary of State is this: why does he think that unemployment is always higher at the end of a Labour government?
The OBR predicts unemployment to peak this year and fall in every year of the forecast. Now, they of course they disparage the forecast. Well, I should gently remind them that disparaging the OBR didn't work out too well for them a few years ago. And in fact, I make a more serious point. The country is still paying the price for the fact that they did it, so I suggest that they learn the lesson.
Andrew Pearce.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank my right honourable friend for the care and consideration he has given in putting this package together. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm delighted today to be joined in the House by some inspiring apprentices from Caterpillar in my own constituency who have been talking about their experiences into work. This matters in Peterborough because we have one of the highest levels of youth unemployment for a generation that needs tackling. Can my right honourable friend assure me that the work we're doing won't just benefit large employers like Caterpillar, but will also put in place opportunities in the supply chain for small and medium-sized enterprises, so the brilliance of the apprenticeships we've got at Caterpillar are extended to more and more young people in Peterborough?
Secretary of State.
Well, can I thank my honourable friend for his deep interest in this issue. I've visited his constituency. I give a warm welcome to the apprentices from Peterborough here today. He asks in particular about supply chains and small and medium-sized businesses. Those small and medium-sized businesses will benefit from the hiring bonus for a young apprentice, which is why the Federation of Small Business has welcomed this package, describing it as a game changer and a decisive move forward.
Wendy Martin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. For this scheme to work, you need vacancies for young people, and yet we have a government that's squeezing the very businesses that are needed to create opportunities and jobs for young people. Business rates, energy costs, national insurance increases, and the result, sadly, is businesses are going bust up and down the country, and unemployment is going up. So rather than apply an expensive sticking plaster to this problem, can I urge the Secretary of State to speak with the Chancellor and ask her to reverse the jobs tax?
Secretary of State.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I warmly welcome the Chancellor's support for this package and her help to me in putting it together. She mentioned vacancies. There are about 700,000 vacancies in the economy. There are 50,000 vacancies in manufacturing. I attended a jobs fair in Blackpool a couple of weeks ago where there were almost 1,000 jobs allocated on the day. There are vacancies there, but we've got to help young people be in a position to be trained, to have the confidence, to have the skills and to have the support to take them up.
Catherine Atkinson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Having seen the 40% fall in youth apprenticeships in the last decade and the long-term trend of increasing numbers of young people not in education, employment or training, I welcome that this Labour government is enabling more apprenticeships and opportunities for young people. Derby is a city of makers with a highly skilled workforce, but we need to train up the next generation. So can the Minister tell me more and tell us more about how this government will work in partnership with businesses, including small and medium-sized businesses, to provide opportunities to young people so we can benefit from their talents?
Secretary of State.
Well, let me praise the magnificent industries in the Derby area, many of them manufacturing companies. As I said, there are 50,000 vacancies in manufacturing right now, and what the trade bodies say to me is they need help with skilling young people to take these vacancies up. That is precisely what is made easier by the package that we have brought forward today.
Kirsty Blackman.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm not interested in discussing how we got to this point. I think we need a situation where we're all working together to ensure that young people can get the opportunities that they deserve, to ensure that those opportunities are available for those young people. I've read the statement that the Secretary of State made on Monday. I've read the press release and I've read and listened to today's statement. There's some gaps that we don't have yet about exactly how the timelines will work, what the legislative process is for putting this into place. Will the Secretary of State give us an assurance that the House will get this information at the earliest opportunity so that we can work together to ensure that young people will have the opportunities that he's hoping that they will get?
Secretary of State.
I thank the Honourable Lady for her question. This issue of young people not in education, employment or training is, I believe, even higher in Scotland than it is in the UK as a whole. She asked for more information on timescales. The hiring bonuses, for example, will be introduced from this summer and the apprenticeship changes from later this year.
Chris Webb.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I start by thanking my right friend for joining me at my jobs fair a few weeks ago?
over 1,100 people secured work on the day. 900 are already in those jobs now, working in our economy. That's Labour in action. But I've spoken many times in this House about the need to support hospitality and tourism industries, especially in coastal communities like Blackpool, hire more young people to give them that opportunity. I got my first job at 14 on Blackpool seafront. It was a great job that helped me with countless more in hospitality, and we need more young people to have access to those jobs. So does my right honourable friend agree with me that with Blackpool businesses and the Federation of Small Businesses that say this plan is a game changer to tackling youth unemployment in Blackpool and other coastal communities across this country?
Well, let me thank my honourable friend for the enormous work that I know that he put into organising the very successful Blackpool Jobs Fair, which I attended a few weeks ago. And he's right that the evidence from that jobs fair is that there are vacancies there and that hundreds of jobs, he said over 1,000, were allocated on the day of the jobs fair itself. Hospitality is a great entry route for young people. We've announced a foundation apprenticeship in hospitality as part of this process, and I hope that that extends opportunity to other young people compared to the opportunities that he outlined that he had when he was a young man.
John Glenn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I refer to my entry in the Register of Members' interests. And I share the concern of many on this side of the House about the national insurance increase, but I'm particularly concerned about what's happening with graduate unemployment, where over the last 6 years we've seen an increase of 46%. And I'd draw the Secretary of State's attention to the work of Outreach, a charity that I've been involved in the last few years, which is a social mobility charity that actually offers workshops, work experience and career coaching to young people. And I wonder if he could reflect on what organisations like Outreach and Nick Bent, who's the excellent CEO who runs it, whether he'd like to engage with him to see what lessons can be learned, because in a world where AI is also taking many graduate jobs, it's very concerning that this trend will only accelerate further.
Secretary of State.
Well, I thank the right honourable member for his question. As he knows, I've got great respect for him. I'm very happy to reach out to Outreach to speak to them about the work that he referred to. As I said a moment ago in response to another question, this question of graduate unemployment is international. It is not just a UK question. There's been an uplift in the United States too, which we think of as possibly among the most dynamic economies in the world. And precisely because there is a technological change, I think we do need to help young people and support them through this. And I think policy has to catch up with the discussion that's taking place among young people themselves, because they're very alive to this and they are evaluating their choices in terms of what they think is going to happen in the future of the labour market and which jobs are going to be sustainable through this period of very significant technological change.
Sarah Smith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before being elected to this place, I spent many years working for charities seeking to tackle the challenge of youth unemployment. And I remember fondly the Future Jobs Fund under the last Labour government that delivered real change for people across this country. I've established the Gate Hyndburn Working Group in Hyndburn to help tackle the challenge of economic inactivity there. And it would be really helpful if you can outline how today's announcements will support them in their endeavour to see young people and older people, of course, secure good employment. And also if he, as he brings forward further strategy around this issue, will pay particular attention to the importance of place and locally led decision-making in order to tackle the specific challenges of different parts of the country as we seek to get everybody into a good job.
Secretary of State.
Well, can I thank her for pointing to the record of the last Labour government on this issue. I've described today as a new deal for new times, and it does adapt some of the lessons that we've learned in the past to a very changing labour market today. She mentioned the importance of locally led work. It is true that local labour markets differ. I want to work closely with local authorities, with elected mayors on this agenda, because I think that they all want the best for the young people in their area. And for example, when it comes to the Connect to Work budget, this is devolved for the next few years with considerable flexibility for local leaders in how they use the funding.
Anne Davies.
fawr, Madam Dirprwy Llefarydd. Measures to support around 17% of our young people in Wales, our not in employment, education or training, to gain employment are welcome. I prefer LEAT, actually, looking for employment, education and training. I think it's a much more positive way of looking at our young people. However, apprenticeships and skills are devolved in Wales. So I'm just wondering, Secretary of State, which aspects of the announcement today apply to the young people of Wales and the other devolved nations?
Secretary of State.
I thank you for a question. I agree that NEAT is not the best, most user-friendly phrase. But that's what it's been referred to as for some time. In terms of what's devolved and what is UK-wide, the hiring bonus will apply throughout the UK, but the apprenticeship aspects of this are devolved to Wales.
Jill German.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. One of my main priorities as an MP is to make sure that we see more of our young people in good, fulfilling work. Yeah. As I know, there are far too many young people in Clwyd North who are unable to fulfil their potential. So I'm excited about the £3,000 youth jobs grant and the expansion to the Youth Guarantee coming to Wales. So can the Secretary of State tell me more about what difference this will make to the young people in Clwyd North?
Yes. Secretary of State.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I think this statement today offers hope to young people throughout the United Kingdom. And I look forward to a good and positive and close working relationship between the UK Government and the Welsh Government on this issue, because I believe that we both share a desire for young people in Clwyd North and everywhere else in the country to get the best start in life. And I think, for example, the £3,000 hiring bonus and the jobs guarantee for the long-term youth unemployed, which are UK-wide initiatives, can help people in her constituency and offer hope that there is an answer to this long-term scarring effect of leaving young people to fester in long-term unemployment, which is not good for them and not good for the country either.
Rebecca Paul.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think tackling the rise in youth employment is something that we can all in this House agree is really important. But I am concerned about the approach being adopted to do this. We're essentially taking money away from employers and then giving some of it back. Can I ask whether the Minister has considered using existing levers that we have around employers' national insurance, for example? That would be an obvious way to address the issue and ensure some of our young people are employed.
Secretary of State.
Well, she refers to national insurance, and as I said, there is an existing tax break for employers of people under the age of 21 in the system, so they will continue to have that, but on top of that they will have the hiring bonuses that I've outlined in the statement today. And when you bring those things together, it sends a message that we want to help employers employ young people and give them a good chance in life.
Patrick Hurley.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In his statement, the Secretary of State mentions the fact that under the previous government, youth unemployment never reached pre-financial crash levels in any single year, which means that the country had been suffering this long period of stagnation, and also, crucially, it means that young people in 2026, unlike a bloke of my age, have never known the good work that an active government can do to get them into good work. So can the Secretary of State confirm that this targeted package of support is precisely what the young people of this country need in 2026, and it can finally turn the tables on years of Tory decline?
Secretary of State.
Well, my honourable friend is right, and let's just repeat what he said so the whole House hears it, that not in any single year when the party opposite were in power did youth employment levels reach the levels that they had been pre-financial crash. There is perhaps no other figure that shows what a long-term problem this is than that. And that's why it's right that we have targeted support to enable young people, not just to earn a wage, but to get that sense of pride and dignity that comes with having a job. I don't want to bombard the House with too many statistics today, but another shocking one is that I believe more than half of the young people not in education, employment or training have actually never had a job in their life, never experienced that sense of discipline and obligation and pride that comes with getting up and going to work in the morning. And that's what we've got to change.
Charlie Dewhurst.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Now, the Chancellor has spent the last 18 months pricing young people out of jobs, and now the Secretary of State has been asked to ride to the rescue to pay companies to get those same young people back into work. The government is effectively robbing Peter to pay Paul. But can I ask him specifically, why does he think that youth unemployment in my constituency is up 15% since the general election?
Secretary of State.
Youth unemployment has been up since 2022. It's been going up for around 4 years now. What we haven't had is a specific package to tackle it. But that changes with the package that I've announced today, which will offer real hope and opportunity to the young people in his constituency. And my gentle advice to him would be, go and make the most of this package. That's what he should do for the young people in his constituency.
Dixon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome support, particularly for small and medium-sized enterprises in my Shipley constituency, to be able to both take on young people who've been longer-term unemployed, as well as to offer apprenticeships. But the Secretary of State will know that young carers face additional challenges with getting into education, training and work. Shipley College provides excellent training opportunities, but often struggles to find work placements. So will he commit to working with DFE to ensure all young people, including young carers, can benefit from today's announcement?
Secretary of State.
I thank my honourable friend. She's right. There's a particular challenge for young carers, and actually a significant proportion of that million young people not in education, employment or training do have caring responsibilities. I commend the work of Shipley College, and I'm very happy to keep talking to her about this issue to see what help we can give to more young carers.
Shaukat Adam.
Madam Deputy Speaker, my constituency, Leicester South, like the rest of the nation, struggles with youth unemployment, not in education and also in training. But I just want to ask, so this statement is welcome to a certain degree, but I just want to ask a technical question to the Secretary of State. On bonuses that are being paid, what age range will this cover? Is it 18 to 21? And also, when will these bonuses be paid? Will it be just on initial hiring, or is it after a certain period of work?
Secretary of State.
This will apply to young people between the age of 18 to 24. It will be the hiring bonus will be available from this summer, and we will look at having a retention mechanism in there so that people aren't just hired one day and let go the next.
Charters.
Madam Speaker, apprenticeship starts fell under the last government, largely driven by reduced uptakes from SMEs. So, actually, the SME incentive today is a game changer. Can the Minister confirm that that incentive can be stacked with other incentives, for example, when you hire a care leaver? And would he send a message from the dispatch box to York employers to take on an apprenticeship, take on an apprentice and give out that opportunity of a lifetime?
State.
I thank my honourable friend. I think employers do want to do the right thing. They do want to give young people a chance. He asked if these incentives could be stacked, as he said, and the answer is yes. If, for example, a small or medium-sized enterprise wants to take on a young apprentice and that person has been unemployed and on universal credit for 6 months or more, they can make available to themselves both the £2,000 apprenticeship incentive and the £3,000 hiring bonus. This is a strong signal to business. That is why the Federation of Small Businesses has called it a game changer, as he had. And it's a strong signal to give young people a chance, which is exactly what I think small and medium-sized businesses want to do.
Ben Opsijecti.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I was lucky enough to get my first job when I was 16, doing a bit of washing up in the kitchen and working in a warehouse.
The White House is affirmation to all the Irish Americans out there and to our diaspora in this country for what they've contributed to America. And that's very much through the prism this year, the America 250. It's a very exciting year, right, and we're discovering new things. I mean, even a guy from my own city, a guy called Stephen Moylan, who was an aide-de-camp to Washington, he's regarded as the guy who came up with the phrase, the United States of America. First written record, and it's in New York in the museum and so on like that. So that's the nature, the history of those bonds.
Well, you told me something before that was maybe the most interesting of all. How many
presidents are in some way related through blood with Ireland.
23.
Can you
23
believe it?
Irish presidents.
They're great politicians. Yeah. The Irish are great politicians.
Absolutely.
No, but think of it. 23 are in some form, and many of them have gone to Ireland.
Absolutely.
Grant
went to Ireland after his presidency.
Right.
I was saying earlier, Ronald Reagan's visit was an extraordinary one in a place called Ballyporeen in County Tipperary. And of course, John F. Kennedy, whose grandfather was Irish, came back, I think, early '63. That's a very memorable visit because of what tragedy that happened subsequently in the assassination, which touched people in Ireland very deeply. So the Kennedy
very popular
Kennedy family strong resonation with Ireland.
Well, we like the family too.
Yeah.
One person in particular, one very non-controversial.
I know
person.
that.
But now he's doing a very good job. He really is. But we have more, I think, people here by far than you have in Ireland that are of Irish descent. We have, so you have quite a few, but we have a lot.
You have a lot more than we have.
It's pretty amazing by a lot.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Anyway, thank you very much. It's a great honor. And any questions?
Mr. President, visit Ireland in September, and will you stay at Doonbeg?
Well, I'm having, it's a great thing, my son and my family, we have a great golf complex in Ireland, one of the best in the world, called Doonbeg. It's in Doonbeg. And it's been amazing, and Rory McIlroy loves it. They all love it. Great golfers. You have a tremendous golf tradition, and it was chosen for the Irish Open, which is a big deal. That's a big event.
Absolutely, looking forward to it.
Everybody wants me to be there. You just said, I hope you're going to go. I
did.
And we're going to try. We are going to try, but it will be an honor. But it was a great honor to be chosen. They only choose the best courses in the world for the, for the big opens. It's one of the big ones, the Irish Open. It's really become one of the most important tournaments in the world. It's going to do. I hear it's going to be a fantastic success.
Be a great success.
Yeah. It's a
Mr.
very,
Mr. President.
It's a very hard course.
What progress have you made, Mr. President, in getting America's allies to assist the U.S. in escorting those oil tankers through the Strait of Hormuz?
Well, we don't need too much help, and we don't need any help, actually. In fact, we just put out a notice. I was watching over the last couple of weeks, and all of our NATO allies were very much in favor of what we did. They thought it was very important. We were just discussing it, actually. Very important that we take out the nuclear threat from Iran, and we've done that very strongly, very powerfully. We've wiped out their Navy, wiped out their military in every aspect. Their Air Force is now decimated. They have no Air Force, no Navy. They have no radar. Their radar is entirely gone. Their anti-aircraft machinery is gone. Everything is gone. Their leaders are gone. I guess one of their top person was, they say, a lot of people say their actual top was killed yesterday, along with somebody else who was responsible for the killing. The man that was responsible for the killing of 32,000 people over the last 2 weeks, he was in charge of the killing of protesters. It's an evil group. I mean, they've killed much more than 32,000 people. And the man who was responsible for that was also killed yesterday. And all of the NATO allies agreed with us, but they don't want to, despite the fact that we help them so much. We have thousands of soldiers in different countries all over the world, and they don't want to help us, which is amazing. I mean, amazing. And I didn't do a full court press because I think if I did, they probably would be. But we don't need help. That war has been long prosecuted, as far as I'm concerned, almost from day one. We knocked out many of these things. We knocked out the Navy essentially in a couple of days. But I was surprised to see that NATO, while they agreed that it was a very important thing to do, they agree fully. Nobody said, oh, you shouldn't do it. They would have had a nuclear weapon within 1 month of when we had the B-2 bombers bomb the nuclear potential. I call it the nuclear dust. So I think NATO's making a very foolish mistake. And I've long said that, I wonder whether or not NATO would ever be there for us. So this was a great test. because we don't need them, but they should have been there. The other thing is, and I think, very important, we didn't have to be there for Ukraine. Biden chose to spend hundreds of billions of dollars on Ukraine. And I guess the head of Germany just made a statement that, well, they weren't involved and they have nothing to do with the war. But at the same time, they think we did a great thing by knocking them out. Nobody wants to have Iran, or anybody, but nobody wants to have Iran with a nuclear, because these people are crazy. They're absolutely crazy, and they're vicious, violent. I mean, they kill. Think of it. They killed, now I hear it's about 41,000 people. They put out a notice 2 days ago. Anybody that protests will be immediately shot and killed. That's pretty tough stuff. So everyone agrees with us, but they don't want to help. And we as the United States have to remember that, because we think it's pretty shocking.
President Macron has just said in the last hour that he will never join a task force in the Strait of Hormuz until hostilities finish. Yet yesterday you said...
Who said that?
President Macron of France. What's your reaction to that, sir?
Well, he'll be out of office very soon, so we'll have to see. I don't know.
President Trump, on Doonbeg, you're building an extension to it at the moment, but there's been an objection put in, and it's being held back at the moment due to small snails. What are you disappointed about that?
Planning Commission is
I have not heard that. No.
Planning Commission.
I mean, the course was built and it's been operated very successfully. Somebody's objecting. An environmental group is objecting to small snails at Doonbeg. I don't know. It doesn't sound like the biggest problem I've ever had.
How close the U.S. to announce a coalition of willing to secure the Strait of Hormuz? Which countries are joining and which countries have...
Well, we've had great support from the Middle East. Qatar has been great. UAE has been they've been great. Saudi Arabia has been terrific. Bahrain has been very good. The Middle Eastern countries have been very strong in their support. And of course, Israel has been our partner. Israel's been very, very strong along with us. It's been a very strong collaboration. I was against Iran long before I even thought about Israel being against Iran. If you look back, many years ago, I talked about Iran was a big threat to this country, to this world of ours, and turned out to be I was right. In fact, I said you have to attack Karg Island. You have to attack them years ago when they were acting up. They've been acting up for 37, 47, I guess now 48 years. For 48 years, they've been bad players, vicious players, and you can't let them have a nuclear weapon. If they got a nuclear weapon, I would say they would have used it within 24 hours after having it. And they would have had it if we didn't bomb them out on that great raid with the B-2 bombers 8 months ago or so. You would have had a nuclear war in the Middle East and maybe beyond. I think it would have hit Europe. Maybe not Ireland, but it would have hit Europe. I think you would have been a nice piece of it. It all gets you. It's big enough that you would have been affected. They would have hit Europe eventually.
Mr. President, your Director of National Counterterrorism, Joe Kent, he just resigned today. He said he can't support your conflict with Iran. What's your reaction to that? And did you talk
Well, I read his statement. I always thought he was a nice guy, but I always thought he was weak on security, very weak on security. I didn't know him well, but I thought he seemed like a pretty nice guy. But when I read his statement, I realized that it's a good thing that he's out, because he said that Iran was not a threat. Iran was a threat. Every country realized what a threat Iran was. The question is whether or not they wanted to do something about it. And many people, many of the greatest military scholars are saying for years that presidents should have taken out Iran because they wanted a nuclear weapon. They were, if we didn't do the attack, or if, I'll go a step further, if I didn't terminate the Iran nuclear deal given to us, one of the worst deals ever made by Barack Hussein Obama. Remember when they sent Boeing 757s over there, loaded with cash, hundreds of millions of dollars? You would have been very happy. This was a wonderful, they sent hundreds of millions. People forget that. Does anybody remember? Right? You remember. hundreds of millions of dollars in a Boeing 757. I think they had 2 of them loaded. They took the seats out and they put cash. And it was so much that there wasn't a bank in Virginia, Maryland, or D.C. that had any money left. They stripped them of all their money, put it into place, sent it to Iran, almost as ransom. That's not going to happen with Trump. And nobody ever did anything about it. Nobody ever said anything about it. Can you imagine if I did that? So they've been a threat for a long time. But they've really been a threat. If I didn't terminate Obama's horrible deal that he made, the Iran nuclear deal, you would have had a nuclear war 4 years ago. You would have had nuclear holocaust, and you would have had it again if we didn't bomb the site. So when somebody is working with us that says they didn't think Iran was a threat, we don't want those people because, and there are some people I guess that would say that, but they're not smart people or they're not savvy people. Iran was a tremendous threat. And virtually every NATO nation, and this is the thing, if they told me it wasn't a threat, and therefore they don't want to help, but when they say it was a threat, and it was a major threat, every one of them, I think every one of them, I don't know of one that said they're not a threat, but when they say it was a threat, but we're not going to help, I think they're very foolish. You know, it's interesting. It's interesting because I could say this, that what's happening in Ukraine, we're probably in there for $400 billion. We don't spend any money anymore. They buy it from us and they pay full price. But Biden gave them between $350 and $400 billion of equipment and cash. Someday they'll have to find out about the cash. And you could say that wasn't a threat, you know, we're helping them. So we helped them, and they didn't help us, and I think that's a very bad thing for NATO.
Are there any repercussions for NATO, and are you still going to China?
Well, yeah, on China, it's a little different story. We're resetting the meeting, and it looks like it'll take place in about 5 weeks. We're working with China. They were fine with it. We're going to say, I look forward to seeing President Xi. He looks forward to seeing me, I think. But I do look forward to seeing him. We have a good relationship with China. China actually has become economically for us very good, as you know. It's much different than it was in the past. And we have a very good working relationship with China. So we're making it in about 5 or 6 weeks.
Mr. President, any repercussions for NATO for not supporting you on this? Any repercussions?
Well, no, I just think that it's not good for a partnership when they say what you're doing is a great thing, but we're not going to help. You know, they say what you did is a great thing, but we're not going to help.
Mr. President, in Iran, because the Iranian regime has told Sky News, if you put boots on the ground in Iran, it will be another Vietnam. Are you afraid of that?
No, I'm not afraid of. I'm really not afraid of anything.
Mr. President, are you rethinking the United States' relationship with NATO possibly getting out?
Well, I'm disappointed in NATO that we spend trillions of dollars on NATO. Think of it, trillions over the years, many trillions of dollars. It's one of the reasons we have deficits and we help other countries. And when they don't help us, I mean, it's certainly something that we should think about. I don't need Congress for that decision. As you probably know, I can make that decision myself. I'd work with some very smart people. And I'd always deal with Congress anyway, but I don't need Congress for that decision. But, you know, when you say rethink, I have nothing currently in mind, but I will say that I'm not exactly thrilled when we help them with Ukraine. Look, Ukraine would have been over in 1 day if we didn't help. Frankly, Ukraine would have been over in the first day. They had the best equipment in the world. It was our equipment, given by Sleepy Joe Biden. No charge, no charge. Hundreds of billions of dollars of the best equipment in the world, no charge. I will say that I'm not happy about it.
Mr. President, several questions, one on Iran and one on Cuba. Is Iran now a bigger foreign policy priority for you than China? And on Cuba, the Cuban government.
Iran is just a military operation to me. Iran is something that was essentially largely over in 2 or 3 days because the Navy was wiped out almost immediately. The Air Force came next. The anti-aircraft came next. I mean, we're flying over Iran. We could take out their electric capacity in 1 hour. We have all the, there's nothing they can do right now because everything is knocked out. They have no radar, no anti-aircraft. They have nothing. And we don't, and it was a decision I made. We discussed it, Pete, Marco, JD, all of us, Chris, we discussed it. We can knock out their electricity in a matter of minutes if we wanted to. There's nothing they can do about it. We can knock out their oil in Carg Island. The only thing we didn't take down was their oil because if we knock out, I call them the pipes, very complex. But if you do that, it'll take them forever to rebuild, meaning whoever, and hopefully it's a sane group of people, but whoever it is that's going to be running that, and we're going to try to get people that are going to run it well, and it's going to be a prosperous, wonderful place. It used to be, if you go back, it used to be the people are great, the people are smart and energetic, and it used to be very successful. Now it's a country run by fear. It's a country where they tell protesters, don't go outside because if you do, we're going to kill you. Yeah, Cuba. Well, Cuba right now is in very bad shape. They're talking to Marco, and we'll be doing something with Cuba very soon. We're really focused on this, but we're dealing with Cuba. Marco, do you want to say a couple of words about it?
Yeah, I mean, Cuba has an economy that doesn't work and a political and governmental system that can't fix it. So they have to change dramatically. What they announced yesterday is not dramatic enough. It's not going to fix it. So they've got some big decisions to make over there.
But Secretary Rubio, do you support, and I know this is up to Congress, but do you support easing the trade embargo if you get more cooperation from Havana?
Well, I'm not going to discuss what we would talk about or not. Suffice it to say that the embargo is tied to political change on the island. The embargo is codified. And but the bottom line is their economy doesn't work. It's a non-functional economy. It's an economy that has survived. That revolution, it's not even a revolution, that thing they have has survived on subsidies from the Soviet Union and now from Venezuela. They don't get subsidies anymore, so they're in a lot of trouble. And the people in charge, they don't know how to fix it. So they have to get new people in charge. That's what.
And the relationship we have with Venezuela has been, I think you could almost say, incredible. It's been really good. It's been good for Venezuela, and it's been good for us. And I congratulate the Venezuelan baseball team because that was a big win. And I guess they play another game tonight in the finals. And I said a lot of good things have happened to Venezuela lately. This is the first time they've ever been in the finals, and it was pretty exciting. Yeah.
Iran is just a military operation to you. But do you not have a day after plan? And if so, what is your day after plan for Iran?
Well, we have a lot. Look, if we left right now, it would take 10 years for them to rebuild. But we're not ready to leave yet. But we'll be leaving in the near future. We'll be leaving in pretty much the very near future. But right now, they've been decimated from every standpoint. And again, we've had great support from countries in the Middle East, great support, but we've had no support from, essentially, no support from NATO.
What about your relationship with London? Has it been damaged by the fact that Keir Starmer isn't supporting you in this war? And has your opinion of Keir Starmer changed because of this?
Well, he hasn't been supportive, and I think it's a big mistake. They make a lot of money on trade with the United States. I went out of my way, as you know, they couldn't make a deal with Biden because they had no real administration to make a deal, Biden. But we made a deal. We made a good deal for them, and frankly, probably wasn't appreciated. I do look forward to seeing the King. He's going to be coming, as you know, very shortly. But no, I was disappointed because Keir was willing to send 2 aircraft carriers after we won, because essentially there's no threat for the aircraft carriers right now. And I said, no, we want things sent before the war, not after the war is won. So, yeah, I'm disappointed with Keir. I like him. I think he's a nice man, but I'm disappointed. You see that man right there? You know who that is? Churchill. That's the late, great Winston Churchill. And Barack Hussein Obama did not want his bust in this office. Did you know that? And Barack Hussein Obama sent that bus back to England. They didn't want it. And when I came in, I was asked if I wanted it. I said, absolutely, I want it. And I put it right there, Winston Churchill. And, you know, unfortunately, Keir is not Winston Churchill.
Do you have
No, hold it.
Just could I
hold it?
Just make a number of points. First of all, I think, notwithstanding what has happened, the transatlantic relationship between Europe and the US is very, very important on a number of fronts. And I think we've had issues over the last year or two, but we settled them. And I think many of these leaders engaged with you, particularly on trade initially. Remember all the fuss last year, but we got a landing zone between Europe and the US, and I think we can get a landing zone again. And I think I just met with Keir Starmer last week. The British-Irish relationship is a very important one. Churchill was a great wartime leader, although in Ireland there was kind of a different perspective in terms of during our own War of Independence and so on. He created his own bit of difficulties for us, but that said, he was a great wartime hero. Keir Starmer has done a lot to reset the Irish-British relationship. I just want to put that on the record. But I do believe that he's a very earnest, sound person who I think you have a capacity to get on with, and you've got on with him before. And you've got on with other European leaders as well. And I think you have that capacity again. And I think everyone exists. I mean, you cannot have a rogue state with a nuclear weapon or the capacity for a nuclear weapon. Iran was a sponsor of terrorism. We sanctioned Iran. All European countries did, as a and the IRGC in particular as a terrorist organization. They sponsored Hamas. They sponsored Hezbollah, the Houthis. They created mayhem, a most maligned force in the Middle East. The Irish position has always been, ultimately, can we resolve this can we get peace? And obviously there's preconditions before you get to that situation. We had our own conflict, which went on for 30 years, and we learned a lot from that in terms of how to try and bring about peace. And I think I've listened to you in terms of, you're correct, I mean, our hearts go to the Iranian people who have been repressed and suppressed for so many years, culminating in that savage murder of thousands and thousands of Iranians some months ago. No one was in a position to do anything about that. I think, and likewise with Ukraine, I mean, the Russians did invade Ukraine, have attacked civilian infrastructure and so on like that. And for the people of Ukraine who just want peace and an opportunity to live, I think we have to continue to work to see, can we bring peace, different regime to Iran where Iranians can live in peace again, and the people in the Middle East can live in peace, and you're doing your bit there in terms of the work in Gaza and so on like that. And I think that's what we want, is a peaceful resolution of conflict. That's where we come from as a small nation. Right. We've been peacekeepers all our lives, and we're the longest serving nation in terms of provision of peacekeeping forces in the world, as it turns out. But we think ultimately all conflicts come to an end, and I think we have to try and work towards that end, and I'm sure European leaders and the US administration will engage, and hopefully we can get a landing zone somewhere.
I mean, the only thing, and I agree with everything you said, but we helped with Ukraine.
Yes.
And they don't help with Iran. And they all acknowledge that Iran can't have a nuclear weapon. You yourself say, these are horrendous people. These are the worst people, and going back to Hitler, right? Going back to Hitler, these are the worst people. That's a long time ago, and there's been nothing close. Every problem, so many deaths, 90% of the people that got blown up by landmines, they loved them. Soleimani, we killed him. If we didn't, it might be a different story, because he was a horrible person, but he was a very powerful person and leader, smart. But we killed him. If we didn't, I think you'd have it. I did. But I think it would have maybe a different situation. It wouldn't have been so easy as it has been, because it has been very easy. It's all of their military is out, but you could always have somebody drop a mine in the water. It's like terrorism.
Yep.
And then you have the people that own the billion-dollar ship saying, well, let's not move that ship yet because we want. So we thought that Europe would help that, because they do have some minesweepers. But it's amazing that, you know, they all said, what a great job. They were calling me, congratulating us on the great job we did with respect to Iran, and we knocked the hell out of them. They're no longer the bully of the Middle East. They were known as the bully of the Middle East, and they're not the bully anymore. But you would have thought they would have said, we'd love to send a couple of minesweepers. It's not a big deal. It doesn't cost very much money. But they didn't do that. So, you know, I think it's very unfair to the United States. Not to me, but to the United States. Go ahead, please.
Keir Starmer isn't making...
She's a fantastic reporter, by the way. Go ahead.
Thank you. The Prime Minister isn't making the case to the British public as to why he should be supporting you. Could you do that now, talk to the UK and to GB News viewers about why it's in their interest that we help you?
Well, because we have a tremendous long-term relationship with the UK. I mean, people would say it's the best. I don't want to get into that, but we've had, it was the longest, the oldest, should be the best. Always was the best until Keir came along, and now, and I like him. He's a nice man. He says everything beautiful. He's a very nice man with a beautiful family. Everything's perfect, but he doesn't produce. And I think it's very inexpensive. I just said, you don't have to send me aircraft carriers. Send me a couple of minesweepers. We don't need your aircraft carriers. But even the aircraft carriers, he would only send them after we essentially won. I mean, he's sending them when there are no planes left. When the missiles are down to 8%, they have like 8% of the missiles. The rest we demolish the missiles, and the factories, largely the factories are going even as we speak. They just hit another factory. They have a lot of missile factories. They have a lot of drone factories, and so he's wants to send them when we don't need them. But we'd like to have minesweepers, because just in case. We don't know that there are any mines down, because we wiped out, I think, 24. They actually have to think of this for a country. They have 24 boats that do nothing but put mines in the water. This doesn't sound like a great country. This doesn't sound like a friendly country, but we killed all of those boats. They're at the bottom of the sea. But so we don't even know if there are any mines there, but if there are, we'd like to have a little help in finding them, probably most importantly.
Would you like a change of Prime Minister? Do you have confidence in Keir Starmer? Would you prefer to deal
Well, it's not for me, it's really for the people of the UK to have confidence.
Of course, but is he
I've been very critical of Keir, and I did it in a friendly way. I said, if you don't change your energy thing and get away from windmills and go back to oil and gas, and you have something that's no other country has. Very few countries have anything like it, the North Sea. You have some of the greatest oil and oil deposits in the entire world. The North Sea. They don't use it. You buy a lot of your oil from Norway. You know where they get their oil? From the North Sea. And you pay a very big price. So why are you paying a lot of money? And I tell them, and you have the better part of the North Sea. So why aren't they taking the oil from the North Sea? Why are they buying oil from Norway? But they have windmills all over the country, destroying those gorgeous Scottish fields and those beautiful fields all over the windmills, which don't work. They're tremendously expensive. And the best testament to that is the windmills are made in China, but China doesn't use them. You know what China uses? Coal. They're building 58 coal-fired plants right now, and that's up to them. But these foolish countries that are buying windmills are putting them out of business. I'm proudly telling you that we're going to try and have no windmills built in the United States during my... Because they're very bad. They're very bad environmentally. They kill the birds. They're unsightly. They make a lot of noise. And for some reason, the environmentalists love windmills, okay?
You say Keir Starmer is a very nice man. You say he's a very nice man.
I think he's a nice man. I think he's a nice man, but I disagree with him on two things, primarily. His immigration policy is a disaster, and his energy policy is a disaster. And they're about the biggest policies you can have. You've allowed millions and millions and millions of people to come into your country that shouldn't be there. And by the way, that's all over Europe. Europe is a different place. It's a different place. And I originate, to put it nicely, many of us do, from Europe. I love Europe. I spend a lot of time in Europe. it's a different place. Bad things have happened to Europe. Very bad things. And you better do something about immigration, and you better do something about energy, or you won't have a Europe.
What's your time frame, Mr. President, for when cargo ships can safely go through the Strait of Hormuz?
It won't be, I don't believe, too long. We're knocking the hell out of the coast. It's basically the coast and the water, and it won't be too long. And the Middle Eastern states, including Israel, by the way, who has been terrific, the Middle Eastern states have been helping us a lot. Go ahead, you, please.
Mr. President, on fuel prices, what do you have to say to the people in Ireland who are paying sky-high prices because of your war in Iran?
Well, I think the people in Ireland are very happy that I'm getting rid of, I have a lot of friends from Ireland, they're very happy that I'm getting rid of a nuclear power, a nuclear terrorist. And as soon as that war's over, which will be soon, your prices are going to drop like a rock. You watch. I've been very good at predicting. No, in the back.
Mr. President, what do you think about our President's comments that your actions in Iran are breaking international law?
Say it.
What do you think about our President's comments?
Can you speak? You're speaking right into your phone.
Mr. President, how do you respond to the increased attacks by the Iraqi militia groups against the U.S. Embassy and consulate in Kurdistan region?
You want to answer that, JD? Do you want to?
Yeah, well, Marco, obviously, the Secretary of State, has control over the embassy. Look, there have been a lot of militia attacks against our base, or our embassy in Iran. I think Marco's done a good job of limiting the number of people who are at that embassy so we can provide essential functions but also protect our people. But it goes to show there are a lot of terrorists in that region of the world, and we've got to eliminate them when we find them.
And you can't give them nuclear weapons. You can give them rifles, you can give them guns, you can't give them nuclear weapons. I think we agree very strongly on that. Yes, excuse me.
Just first of all, I would say, like, Europe is still a very good place to live in.
Good.
A lot of, just to let you know.
I'm glad to hear that.
And our view is you have to have robust and fair rules around migration. But on the other hand, a lot of people, within the European Union, we have free mobility of people. And in Ireland, our population is growing, but in a very positive way. Our economy is going well because we're attracting a lot of people from Europe and beyond into work, legally and validly in our country. In fact, I'd love if we could develop a legal pathway between the US and Ireland into the future because of our history and so on like that, that we could have a legal pathway, because no one is in favour of illegal migration or and so forth, so you have to have robust rules for that. But fundamentally, I think sometimes Europe gets characterised wrongly in terms of it being overrun or whatever like that. It's much more robust now. There's much more stronger mechanism in place to facilitate legal migration. I think it's important that understanding is there. We need more economic growth in Europe. It doesn't have the same focus on innovation as you do here in the US. We discussed that earlier with the Vice President in terms of technology, in terms of AI. We need to pivot more to innovation as opposed to regulation, and I think investing in people, and that's the key to, I think, our collective future. We do learn lessons. You're doing things and picking it up.
Prime Minister, Mr. President,
the Irish President has said that your war against Iran is illegal. It's an attack on international law.
Who said that?
The Irish President.
Look, he's lucky I exist. That's all I can say. Because if you're going to allow countries that are sick and demented, and they are demented, to have nuclear weapons, everybody in the whole world should be very thankful. And I'm disappointed in NATO, very disappointed. I'm disappointed in a couple of other countries too. But they should be very thankful that this group of people feels the way we do. Because if a country like Iran was allowed to have the power of a nuclear weapon, if we didn't stop them, I stopped them twice. I stopped them my first term when I terminated the Iran nuclear deal, which was Barack Obama's deal. It was maybe the worst deal I've ever seen. It gave everything to Iran, including billions of dollars in green cash. I don't mean cash, I mean green cash flown over by airplanes. I can't to this day believe that was allowed to happen. And come to think of it, it would be a good thing for somebody to look at. Does the president have the power to hand hundreds of millions of dollars of cash to terrorists. But it began with that, and I terminated that deal. If I didn't terminate that deal, we might not be here right now. If I didn't terminate that deal, unbelievable nuclear holocaust would have taken place. And then I did it a second time when we hit them with the B-2 bombers, and we totally obliterated their potential nuclear weapon that they would have had in less than 1 month. They think 2 weeks, but in less than 1 month. And it would have been, I believe it would have been a much different world than it is right now. We have to go, we're going to a lunch, so maybe we'll take one more nice question.
Can I ask you how you're doing with your legal case against the BBC and their fake news documentary?
Well, the BBC was incredible. What they did is they had me speaking something I never said. And I've never seen anything quite like it. You know, CBS had that. We had the situation on 60 Minutes, and not the current owners, the past owners. The current owners, I think, are good, Ellison. But BBC took it a step further. They actually they put words in my mouth, and I said some pretty bad things. And I didn't say them. It was AI generated. And I said, I never said that. In fact, some of my people said, wow, that was pretty bad stuff you said. I said, what did I say? You know, I'm pretty good at this stuff. I mean, if you can go through years of these press conferences and you're a popular president of the United States that won in a landslide, that won all 7 swing states, that got record numbers of votes, I mean, so I guess I'm okay at this stuff. I said, I never said that. And then we found out it was AI generated. And they admit they made a mistake. BBC. But I watched them this morning for some crazy reason, and it was so inaccurate. Their reporting on the war was unbelievable. We have decimated that country. And if you watch BBC, it's almost like they're fighting us to a draw. They're not fighting us to a draw. It was very inaccurate news. It was fake news. So I'm very proud of the term fake news because it was my term. I came up with it, but it's no longer accurate. It really is. It's corrupt, fraudulent news. It really is. It's fraudulent. It's not just fake. It's beyond fake. It's really criminal what they do. But I watched BBC this morning, and I don't know much about BBC other than what took place, because people were calling me saying, that was a terrible thing you said. I said, what did I say? And I said, I never said that. And when we checked it, you agree? They agree. It was somehow generated, I guess, by AI or something, with me saying unbelievable. So we brought a lawsuit against them. They admit they're guilty, but we'll see how it comes out. Thank you. I like that question. I like that question. Thank you very much. We'll see you later. Thank you.